Thank you, Ms. Swanepoel.
Good morning, my lord. I then call Paulina Joshlin back to the witness stand.
Please give your full names to the court.
Paulina Joshlin.
Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath? No. Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please raise your right hand and say, I do, so help me God.
I do, so help me God.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Kabari. Somebody just assist to get the microphone to the correct height for Ms. Kabari. Good morning.
Morning, Ms. Chosa.
Madam Chosha. Good morning.
A beautiful day, and how are you?
I'm well, and you? I'm well, and you?
I'm fine. Ms. Chosa, before I cross-examine you, it seems as if you are not the only witness who testified about the same check and on the same day.
Go bonagala ga se wena hela motho o buang ka mokhukhu o le ka lona letsatsi leo. Okay.
Thank you. The lady you met, the receptionist, you met, whom you say is working for, I'll get you the name of this school, New Fredenberg High. When did you meet her?
I was sure o kopane le ene o ke batla go shebela hela leina la sekole se mo New Fredenberg High.
Yes, it's New Fredenberg High.
Yes, it is New Fredenberg High.
You said you met a receptionist. When did you meet this receptionist?
Ore ula kopana go ntse o la bona receptionist e jaanong receptionist e o kopane le yona leng.
And that's the person with the name of Kelly at school.
Ke motho o go thambina go le ena ke Kelly ko sekoleng.
I kitse gore re kopane na go re mo hira gore e tlo ba reception ya go New Fredenberg High ne ke le SGB member then.
I met her, or I came across her, my lord, the time she was hired. By then I was part of the SGB. I was an SGB member then, when she was hired.
Do you still remember when did you meet her? During the day, in the morning, in the afternoon? I want to know the time.
Ke batla go itse hela gore o kopane le ena hoseng kgotsa ka marantsi kopane le ena le sentle.
Ke batla go botsisa gore ke kopane neng le ena letsatsi lela le a mpontsha photo or letsatsi la mathomo ha re kopana na.
I just want clarity, my lord. Do you mean that when did I actually meet her? The first day that I met her when she was hired, or when she showed me the photo? I just want clarity on that.
My question is in reference to the photo.
potso ke gore ke bua ka nako o na go bontsha photo.
So that would be the witness said it was on the 20th of February last year.
Ke
Okay.
I'm not asking the date, I'm asking the time on that date.
akere
Was
gore
it in the morning? Was it during the day? Was it in the afternoon?
a kopane le ena go frugo motshegare kgontsa le
I get sure, but I don't think 12 maybe till the should be lunch.
I'm not sure, but it was not 12 o'clock yet, not lunch yet, my lord.
It was not yet 12 o'clock.
No, so sharp 12. No.
So you agree with me then if I say to you, you met this lady in the morning?
O tla dumela le nna ga ke re kopane le mme o goseng.
Nkare go seng, but nail after ke ntse di-duties nyana tsa ko ntle ka mo officing, so ke buile around oma 9. So from 9 o'clock, between 9 and 12, somewhere around there, I ke sure mara na straight to ne nna ko mana.
Yes, it was in the morning, my lord, but I'm not certain or sure when it was. That was after I've done my duties outside, and I was doing my duties outside, my lord. So it was around about 9 o'clock, between 9 and 12 o'clock, but I'm not certain.
Thank you, Ms. Chota. I'm just checking the date when you made this. 25. On the 22nd of February 2024, you made a statement.
Ka di 22 tsa February ka 2024 o la dira statement.
I ke sure ka date.
I'm not sure about the date. Yes, I made a statement.
Can the state help the witness with the 18 statement?
Yeah, the witness in fact confirmed yesterday that that statement was made on the 22nd of February at 22:25. In other words, 10:25 in the evening.
I want us to go to paragraph 2.
Ne ke tla kopa gore re ye ko paragraph 2.
I will read that paragraph on record.
Ms. Nkabai, do you intend handing in the statement as an exhibit?
Yes, my lord. I want to lay the
Yeah.
basis first.
Because it will be easier, once you've laid the basis, it would be easier for me to follow. Thank you.
Can you look through that statement and tell me whether it's the statement that you made on the 22nd of February 2024?
Ne ke tla kopa gore o shebe statement se gore a ke shone se o se dirileng ka di 22 tsa February ka 2024.
Can you go on the last page and confirm whether that is your signature that is appearing on the last page?
Ne ke tla kopa gore o ye ko pageng la mahelelo a bona se o sanileng ha. Yes, that's my signature.
When the statement was taken, in which language it was taken?
Ka nako o dira statement kgotsa o ba o fana ka statement o mo bua puo e.
Ke ne ke bua Xhosa.
I was speaking isiXhosa.
And the person was taking it?
Motho o na se kwala.
Ne I was Xhosa.
The person was speaking isiXhosa as well.
After the statement was taken, was it read back to you?
Kamera statement se se tsewe a ba go balela shone.
Ba mphile shone.
It was given to me.
That was not my question.
Ga se potso ya me ewa.
After the statement was written, was it read back to you?
Kamera statement sa ga o se kwadilwe. a ba leba go balela shone motho o na go kwalela statement a o la go balela shone
Ke sa gopola.
can't remember
Were you happy with the contents of the statement?
and we tumetse ka so se se kwetswe mo statementeng sa gago
Ke dumelane le sona.
yes I agree to the statement
Okay.
Can I just intervene? You said the statement was given to you. Did you read it yourself?
o la bo gore ba la go na statement a wena o la balela shone yes I did
Thank you.
You read it yourself and you were happy with the contents thereof.
o la balela shone statement o la itumela so se se kwetswe mo statementeng sa gago yes I did
Thank you. Now I have to put some questions to you regarding the contents of your statement.
So shall we first get the statement as an exhibit so that I have a copy in front of me?
My learned colleague, can you please have the court with a copy of the statement?
My Lord, I just wish to place something on record. Accompanied with the statement is the annexure 1 of 18. It goes with the statement.
What is that?
It was a correction that was made on the contents of the affidavit. So as I placed it on record yesterday, it's 18, the annexure 1 to 18, and then also A99 as it was filed in the docket. The last one was an additional affidavit.
Yes.
I will hand
Mr. Kabai, do you have any issues with the annexure and the additional statement? No. So let's have it as a pack then.
The originals are being handed up. I will hand copies to the witness.
I thought we had an Exhibit S yesterday.
Yes, my lord, the last exhibit was Exhibit S. It was the photo album.
So I'm going to get the statement and mark it as Exhibit S, Exhibit T.
As the court pleases, Your Worship.
Just one moment, I just
My
want to identify the exhibit for the record. It's a handwritten statement by Paulina Chosa. It has a writing on top that had a line drawn through it with Saldana Inquiry 030224 and then Saldana Cash 24 of 3/2024. It's marked A10 and it indicates it's 1 of 5, 2 of 5. So the main statement consists of 5 pages. Then there's a document, a single page, that has Saldana Cast 24/3/2024, and it says Annexure 1 of A10. This annexure seems to have been commissioned on the 26th of January 2025. Consists of 2 main paragraphs and the commissioning thereafter. So the total number of pages will be 6 pages. That will be the full of Exhibit T, and because we have a loose page, I'm going to mark the loose page also with the exhibit number and a 6 with it. My markings on the exhibits will always be the red markings that will be found on the right-hand top of the exhibit.
As the court pleases, my lord.
Thank you. You were going to take her to paragraph 2 of the main statement. Does the witness have a copy with her?
Yes, the witness does, my lord.
So that will be the paragraph starting with on Sunday. Thank you, Ms. Nkabai.
Thank you, my lord. Before we go to paragraph 2, after this statement, the statement you took on the 22nd of February 2022, after you read the statement, you were happy with the contents and you signed it.
Kamera o ne le tse ka statement o la sebala ga o hetsa sebala ke ga o itumetse ka so se se kwetse mo statement sa ga o tsa kamera mo o bo sign again. Yes, I did.
And with your signature, you were saying, what is contained here is true.
Ga no ba signature ga wa lo go tsa o sign ga le wena no go gore so se se kwetse mo se se mo tselela yana. Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Chasa. Now let's go to paragraph 2 of your statement.
Ke a leboga betho shayana ne kopa gore re ye go paragraph 2 ya statement sa gago.
I will read it for the record.
Ke go balela sone.
On Sunday, 2024, 0218, at about 1900 or between.
Just one moment, Ms. Nkabai. Somebody thought it's appropriate to put the microphones the way they put it, but it's become an irritation to me, so I'm moving it to my side. Yeah, as long as you can hear me.
I can hear you today, my lord. I didn't hear you yesterday.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, my lord. On Sunday, 2024 to 18, it's about 1900 hours or between 1900 hours and 20 hours. It's written here, aware. I will read it as it is written. I were passing the house at which the missing child resides on my way to the salon to cut my hair.
Inele ka Sontaga ka di 18 tsa February ka 2024 ka nako tsa magare ga 7 kgotsa 8 magare ga 7 kgotsa 7 go kgotsa ka 8 nna ne ke hita mo ntlong e yo ngwana o latlhegile go gone nna gone ka nako o bana ne ke mo tseleng e yang salon ke go sega moriri. Yes.
Can you explain to me the time you are referring to?
Ne kopa gore o re bolele nako o ka wena ha ke nako e.
Ke 7 ya mantsibuya, between 7 and 8 ya mantsibuya.
It's 7 o'clock at night, 7 o'clock between 7 and 8.
At that time, your salons are still open.
Kana go ela di salon tsa lona se ntse di butswe. Yes.
If you go to the salon at 8 p.m., when one is expected to come back?
Ga o ya go salon ka 8 o'clock, motho o etse gore o boele.
How will you run go salon? Yeah, depend on how will you run go salon.
It depends what you went for to the salon.
How long did you take on that day in the salon?
Wena kana o botsele nako kae kana go le go salon?
In 30 minutes.
It took me 30 minutes.
And you came back after 30 minutes to your home?
O la boela go ntlong ya gago ka mora 30 minutes. Yes.
Are there street lights in the area where you stay?
Mo nanteng a gona le maboloma a ko strateng. Yes.
It is your evidence that when you came back from the salon, you didn't take the same route that is passing Kelly's shack. Can you tell the court what was the reason of you not to take the same route you've taken while you were going to the salon?
Wena bopaki ba gago mabanola bo gore e le ga o boela morago go ntlong ya gago ga wa tsaya yona tsela e o ya ka yone go salon go eta go ntlong ya ga Kelly yana le gore o sa tsaya tsela le gago.
And le bosigo ne go setse go ba lefifinyana.
It was at night and it was becoming darker.
Was it at night and becoming darker only on that route that is passing Kelly's shack?
E ne le bosigo a re no go na le fifinyana mo tseleng e le e mo go eta mokhukhu wa ga Kelly gone hela. No.
Then my question still stands.
Potso ya me santse ne e hela.
Why did you choose to use another route when you were going back home from the salon?
Potso ya me santse e hela gore o sa tsaya yona tsele e le o lo ile ka na salon go boela ka yona gae gore
tsela ela e na le matlapa e na le metsi.
that road has rocks and there is water there.
And then next ko go tsamaya ke ntse ke checka tsela.
And I did not want to walk whilst looking at the road or checking the road out.
These rocks were only put on that road after you were coming from the salon. When they're not there, when you're going to the salon.
Potso ya me ke gore a matlapa a le a beuhela ka nako wena o hetsa go uta go ntse o hetsa go ya salon.
Aowa,
No.
They were not there.
O re na se mo le matlapa
ne a le teng.
they were there.
Oh,
Was it already dark when you were on your way to the salon?
Since ne go le lefifi ka nako wena o yang go salon.
No,
No, my lord.
okay. I'll come back to this line of questioning. Let's go back to paragraph 2. I'm not yet done with paragraph 2.
A re boele ko paragraph 2 ga ke so hentse ka paragraph 2 mme potso e ke hetsa go botsa gona jang go ntse go ntse ke ditse di tlo boela go gona gape.
At the time you've given at paragraph 2, it's between 19 and 20 hours. 19 hours and 20 hours. Is that the time you've given the person who was taking your statement?
Nako e kwetsweng ga mo paragraph 2 magareng ga 7 le 8 a ke nako o imeleng motho o na kwala statement. Yes.
Thank you. It is common cause that Joshlin was reported missing in the evening of the 19th of February 2024.
Ke selo se se itseng gore Joshlin ena go le gore o latlhegile mo le ka di 19 tsa February 2024 mantsi.
But I see the witness before this court, and on paragraph 4 of her statement stating the following.
Ya bona ha mo statementeng se gore mo paragraph 4 wena o bua selo se se latelang.
On Monday, 2024, February 19, during the day, not sure about the time, New Fredenberg High receptionist showed me a photo on the phone saying that there is a child at Saldana gone missing. When I looked at the picture, I saw that's the child that I saw the mother pulling and dragging into the house.
Now, before you ask the witness the question, it would be fair to also read paragraph 2 on T6 and then ask the witness to explain that situation, because T6, so that's the loose page, that was done on the 26th of January. The witness says in that statement, referring to the statement in paragraph 1, the witness says, later on the statement I noticed, or it was noticed, that he wrote the date on Monday 2024-02-19. He was supposed to write Tuesday 24-02-20. So maybe the witness must explain first the correction.
My Lord, I have read both affidavits. I wanted this witness to answer my question.
No, I'm not going to allow it. I'm first going to let the witness deal with the correction, because otherwise the question would be unfair, as it will not be placed in the context. So I will ask the witness. Ma'am, when did you notice the discrepancy in the first statement that led to T6 being produced?
Neshosha o bone neng tsosa gore o bone neng gore go na le phoso mo statements sa ntlha se se botseng mo to the statements sa bobedi gone o bone neng gore go na le bothata mo.
Ke bona ga ke bua le investigating officer Fana.
I noticed it was so bad when I was speaking to investigating officer Fana.
And who noticed that?
Ke mang a bone tsoso?
Ke ena.
He did.
Why did you not notice it on the evening of the 22nd when you made the first statement?
Go tile jang gore wena o sa bona phoso eo ka nako le dire statements sa gago ka 22.
Ke bereka ka thata, so maybe ne ke lapile ha ke lo etsa statement se because ne ke tla mo shebetseng.
My Lord, because maybe I was tired and I worked hard and was tired when I went to make the statement that evening.
Thank you, Ms. Nkaba. You may now ask the question.
This is very interesting. You are the second witness. You become tired, and after your tiredness, you notice the mistakes. You are the second witness who said that. This is very interesting. You don't need to answer on this. It's a statement. Now, it's interesting. Let me rephrase my question. Are you not the same person who just testified in this court, in this hour, that you read your statement yourself and you were happy with the contents of the statement? Are you not that very same person?
Aga se wena motho o na le tsebo ka khontsha hetsa go bua gona jana gore wena o like bala statement e le ga o etsa go bala statement ka go ituletse ka so se se potse mo statement sa gago.
Ke nna.
Yes, I am.
And you are the very same person who's saying somebody else picked a mistake in my statement. You are the very same person who's saying that.
Gape ko wena motho o bua gore go na le motho o la bona gore go na le phoso mo statement. Yes, it's me.
This is a statement. You don't need to answer to this. If our courts are going to allow witness to amend, edit statements under oath, I don't think there will be any reason for statements to be made under oath.
So where's the question?
The question is coming, my Lord.
Good.
I said this was a statement. Let's go to paragraph 3 of your statement.
I record paragraph 3 ya statement sa gago.
It's the one starting with I saw the lady. Is that the paragraph we're going to?
I will read this paragraph into the record and starting with I saw the lady.
Good, then I'm there.
My reading of this statement is in reference with your passing. I was passing the house. I was passing the house when you saw what is in paragraph 3. I'm going to read paragraph 3 into the record.
So se ke tlo go se dirang yana ga ke tlo go bala paragraph 3 ke tlo go bala paragraph 3 o gopole gore ka wena mo la kwalang teng gore go dola bo gore ka nako ke hetang hantlong ele ke tla bo ka so o se o se bone ka nako mo hetagane.
I saw the lady in open brackets, the missing child's lady, close brackets, and her boyfriend.
The missing child's mother.
Yes, the missing child's mother.
Good.
It's written like that in my statement.
You read lady.
Oh, I said lady.
Yes.
My apologies, my lord. The missing child's mother and her boyfriend.
Mo go botse gore ke le ka bona ausu o mme wa ngwana o latlhegileng le lekau la gagwe mantse ba o managale.
Thank you. How did you know at the time of your passing the check that the person that was sitting with the child's mother was a boyfriend?
Diano ka nako no ga no hetang le mo khontsha no hetang wena no itse jang gore motho o ntseng ga no motolo ke boyfriend ya mongwe.
ba bona ga nkare ke couple.
They look like a couple, my lord.
If people look like it, I will leave that question for next. Or I can even ask now. So to you, they looked like a couple, and you assumed that the man seated next to the mother of the child is a boyfriend.
Wena o nagana kgontsa no bona gore e ka re ke motho ke ba ratane then wena o bona gana gore motho o dutse gana tlhako to o so ke monna ga kgontsa ke boyfriend ga
Ke ne ke nagana yalo.
that was my assumption or that's what I thought. The witness would like to continue, my lord.
Yes, you can.
Joshlin.
Until utlwa gore ke boyfriend ya hae.
Till I heard that it's her boyfriend. Till I heard that it's her boyfriend.
Who told you that and when?
Go boletswe ke mang so seo and you clearly.
Tsatsi le la batho ba batla ngwana.
The day that the people were looking or searching for the child,
This person who told you is the boyfriend, was she with you when you were passing the check?
ka letsatsi motho na go bolela so seo a motho na le mogolo wena ka letsatsi le mo heta mokhukhu ha.
Aowa.
No?
Thank you. I'm continuing, my lord.
Yes, you may.
Arguing, they were outside the yashak, and at that time it was still clear to see in front of me. It was not dark.
Ne ba le go ntle go mokhukhu wa bona ka nako ele ne ke kgona go bona sentle pele ga ka le go sa nna le go se lefifi
The mother,
le go se lehihi.
the mother grabbed the little girl on her upper arm and pulled her towards the entrance, saying to the boyfriend in Afrikaans language, when he was pulling the child, one of the flops that the child was wearing remained behind, and the child was pointing at the flop while the mother was dragging her inside the shack.
Mme wa ngwana o la tshwara ngwana wa mosetsana mo ntse go mo godimo a mo gogela go ya ko ntleng ele ya mo go tsenang gone mo yena o la buang a re mo boyfriend ya gagwe ka buo ya Afrikaans a ntse a goga ngwana jalo a flip-flops ya ngwana e la wa hatsi e na e rwetse mme ngwana ke ga supetsa mmagwe a flip-flops eo ka nako a mo gogela mo mokhukhung.
Before you noticed what you've noticed in paragraph 3, how far were you from the shack?
pele gore o bona so se o se boneng o heta mokhukhu wena no lo kgakala ka ka.
ne ke se kgakala.
I was not that far.
How far? Can you make an example? How far from where you are standing, where you are seated, and where I'm standing?
O ka kgona gore bontsha gore o ntse ha o le ha kae mo le gona mo ntse o kgona gona jana gore bontshe mo re ntse gona.
Ke sa buseletsa hape ha ke le mo ka mo tafoleng ya bobedi mo.
I'll just repeat once more, my Lord, as it's there, the witness shows a table where the stenographer is seated, my Lord, that I was seated, it was around about there, and there's a table behind the prosecutors, my Lord, that's a second table.
I'm guessing about 5 meters.
I have no objection to that, Your Worship. You are pointing from where the beautiful lady for justice is standing to where the spokesperson for NPA, Mr. Tabazalila, is seated.
O bontsha mo morotona o montle o nantseng gone le mo spokesperson e re Tabazalila nantseng gone. Yes, that's correct.
Then you want to tell me, you want to convince me or the court that you witness all that you've witnessed in paragraph 3 within this short distance?
O batla go mpolela gore so se boneng ha kgotsa so se buang ka shone mo paragraph 3 o se bone ka nako e khutshwane distance e khutshwane e ke tletse.
Let the witness answer.
Yes.
The prosecutor got up to object. I showed her to sit down.
I put to you that it is impossible for you to have witnessed all that you have witnessed in paragraph 3 of your own statement within this distance.
Ke batla go bolela gore ga go kgonagala gore so se buang ka shone se mo se bone mo paragraph 3 o se bone mo distance e o hetsa o bontse mo court. Mas a answer man.
Yes, that's the question.
Yes, you may comment.
Karabo.
Ke se bone ka gore ne a shouta aus so ke thumilo tsa masteraha gore ke khone go bona.
I saw, my Lord, because the lady was scolding, and when I noticed that, that's when I walked a bit slower.
I put to you, you didn't even walk slower. You stood, you listened.
Ke batla go bolela gore ga wa tsamaya ganyane kgotsa stara wena o la ema o lebella.
Just one
Ne ke
moment.
tsamaya.
Just one
I
moment
was walking.
before the witness answers. Ms. Nkabai, I just want to get my note right. You said that you put it to her that she stood and was not walking slower.
I'll repeat my question, my Lord. I put to you, you didn't even walk slower. You stood, you listened, you watched.
Ke tla kgetha gape potso ya me ko gore wena o se tsamaile stara kgotsa o tsamaya ganyane o la ema o bo lebella kgotsa ba sheba o bo retsa.
Ne ke tsamaya.
I was walking.
Why I'm even hearing this walking slower for the first time? Why you didn't mention it in your evidence chief?
Goreng e le gone ke simolola go utlwa ba so se gona jana gore mo tsamaya ganyane. Mme so se ka nako mo tla dipotso kgotsa o bua le prosecutor ga wa mo so se e simolola go se utlwe.
Ka gore o mpotse ka gore a re ne ke eme. That's why ke re ne ke tsamaya slow.
It's because you were saying that I was standing or stood there. Hence I'm saying that I walked slowly.
Okay.
Just for the witness's information, when counsel puts a proposition in the positive to the witness, one expects the accused to come and testify to that effect.
Ne re batla go
So that
boela
might be counsel's instructions, that's why it's put that way. That's why I asked to ensure that I have the terminology right.
so se ke se buang kgotsa se buang ke judge ke gore go ka diragala gore so se lawyer e botsang kgotsa e se buang go ke gore ke so se a se diretswe ke molatofatsiwa mme molatofatsiwa ena a ka ngata go neletsa ka bopodi ke so se ke sona se se ile ka bo gore ba shebe sentle gore a mme mantswe a berekisitsweng ha a ke mantswe a ba berekisa mantswe a siameng.
It's just for information for the witness, because I suspect she's not steeped in litigation in courts.
Ne ke go tlhalosetsa hela gore o kgone go tlhaloganya kwa mo. Understood, my lord.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mkabai.
Thank you, my lord. How far were you from these people? My question is in reference to you seeing that these people, they were busy with something, they were busy with things that look like drugs. How far were you from them?
Wena o ka nako o bona gore batho ba busy ha le kgontse ba busy ka dilo tsa diritifatsi wena mo bogolo boka distance ya gago. Where is that written drugs?
I will read for you.
Ke tla go balela tsone.
You even forgotten what you've written in your statement. I've given a chance to go through your statement this morning, but you don't know that you've mentioned drugs in your statement? No problem. I will read it for you.
Ga o itse lo kwetse kgontse ga o sa tlhole go gopola gore o kwetse mo statementeng sa gago. Ile ka go naya tšhono gore o kgone go bala statement sa gago kgotsa o se shebe gore o kwetse eng. Mme ga gona bothata ke go balela sone.
I will read paragraph, the last pages of paragraph 3.
Ke tlo go bala
The boyfriend at that time was sitting between a girl and another man. Second page, who were also there sitting outside, just busy with things that look like drugs.
ka nako e le boyfriend e ne ntse gare ga ausi motho o wa rre and motho o solo motho wa rre e mo le ka nako e ba ntse ko ntle e ne go lebelega kgotsa o shebe ka re ba busy ka dilo tsa diritifatsi.
ke nna ke ngwetse ke dumelane le sona.
Yes, I agree with that.
Okay. My question was, how far were these people? How far were you from them?
Jaanong go tswa ka gore wena o ne le bogole bo kae ga o bona batho ba kgotsa mo go bona ne le kgakala bokae.
From mo matlapeng mo ne ba ntse teng passage e gona mo gaufi le matlapa.
Ka o boletsa gape nna?
From mo ne ba ntse teng mo matlapeng.
From where they were seated by the rocks,
Tselanyana e ne ke tsamaya ka yona,
the road or the passage that I took,
it was close to them.
it was close to them, my lord.
There's no sequence in your statements. There's no sequence in your evidence, most of you. You never mentioned anything about rocks. In your paragraph 3, there's nothing about the rocks. Now you are saying these people, they were seated by the rocks. Now you are confusing me.
Mo ka bontsi ba nena dilo tse di buang ga di latelane wa bona ka gore mo paragraph 3 ga gona mo buang ka matlapa gone and gona jana o bua ka matlapa gore batho ne ba ntse go mo matlapa go tswa ko matlapeng.
I just say that her testimony definitely was that the people were sitting at the rocks. That was her testimony.
The question relates to, and I didn't look at the statement, in full that in the statement there was no reference to rocks.
No, indeed, my lord, but the way in which it was put that you did not mention that in your testimony and in the affidavit. So I just wanted to clear that up. That
She
was your
mentioned it in the testimony yesterday,
Thank you.
but not in the affidavit. The way I understood the question to mean is, in the affidavit there's nothing said about rocks.
With due respect, my lord, my learned colleague for the state must not misquote me. My question is in reference with paragraph 3 of her statement.
That's how I also understood it. Yes, so let's go back to paragraph 3 of the statement. And the question is, first the statement is made, you didn't mention rocks in the statement. Let's hear why not.
Most area ko paragraph 3 kgotsa ko statements sa gago. Mo paragraph 3 kgotsa mo statements sa gago. Ga gona mo o buleng ka gona kgotsa o bule ka speaker ka matlapa gore.
That's why ke rena go ikira statement se ne ke lapile ke no re ke ba bone ne ba ntse ka mo setella ka mo mosadi a le ka mo nkuku o le ka mo setella ka mo a ka bolela gore mo ne ba ntse mo teng go byang no go irahalang.
My Lord, as I'm saying, when I went or gave the statement, I was tired, but I said that they were seated, they were on this side, my Lord, and the lady was on this side where the sheikh was, but I didn't mention where they were seated.
The interpreter showed with the hands. The first, this side is to the right, and the second, this side is to the left. In other words, the people that were sitting were to the right of her, and where the person who was with the child is to the left.
Thank you. Ms. Chosa, did you tell the person who was taking your statement on the 22nd of February 2024 that you were tired?
Meshisa aula ram motho na tsa statements sa gago ka letsatsi le gore wena o lapile.
Ow.
No.
Why it is so important for you to tell the court today?
Goreng go go le botlhokwa gore o bolele kgotsa go bile.
Next question. Are you lying before this court?
Wa ke tsa court. No.
Okay. If you are not lying before this court, why your evidence in paragraph 3 of your statement doesn't tally with what you are saying now, as far as the rocks are concerned?
Goreng ya no bopaki ba gago kgotsa se se bule mo kgotsa go bile kgotsa se se bule mo kgotsa se sa tsamaiselang le se se mo paragraph 3.
Ne ke sa itse gore go botlhokwa gore ke mention gore ba ntse ko kae gona yaanong ne ke re ke a explain.
My Lord, I did not know that it was important to state or to say where they were seated, but now I'm explaining.
Why it was so important for you to narrate everything you've narrated in paragraph 3, but miss this one?
Ya no goreng o gone go botlhokwa gore o bue ka go bile ka teng mo paragraph 3 mme se o sa matlapa.
That's why ke re maybe ne ke lapile.
Maybe that's why I'm saying that I was tired.
As tired as you were, but you read the statement yourself, that is the part I like, and you confirmed the contents that were correct, and after that you signed it, as tired as you were.
Ya ka o bua gore o rona o lapile. O rona o lapile statement o la hetsa go kwala o wena o setsa o bo se bala o bo dumela gore so se se go tseng hale kgotsa so se se go tseng mo statement sa gago o dumelana le shona ga o hetsa o bo sign. Yes.
While in the process of passing this check, you even heard sounds that were inside.
Kana go o hita ha mo khukhu hale o butlwa le selo se se ne se dira kgotsa sound e ntsho mo khukhu.
Tsela e ka mo morago ga mokhukhu.
The road, my Lord, it's behind the shack.
I put to you, you were not walking slower, you were not walking, you stood behind the shack, you listened
o no sa
Are
tsamaya
you putting it to her that
I'm
she
putting that
stood
to you.
and she listened? So that implies that your instructions are that she was there. Right?
wena se se ke go bolelang sona ke gore o no se tsamaye gannyane kgotsa o no se tsamaye gannyane ne e no se tsamaye gannyane yana wena o no eme gale o reditse Maza answer
Yes.
Yeah, it's as I've explained to you, and I've now clarified it with counsel. So there will be evidence, I suspect, that you stood there and you listened.
go ke tshepa gore go ntse ke bona gore go tla go kana le bopaki bo bo gore motho ga e tla go tla go netsa ka bopaki
Let
o
me
tla bo gore wena o no eme gale o reditse
Let me correct that, my lord. There won't be any evidence to that effect. This questioning is in reference to paragraph 3.
But Ms. Nkabai, on the previous occasion, when you said to the witness, I put it to you, I specifically, because I wanted to make a note of it, asked whether that was the question. Then I explained to the witness what that means in the context of cross-examination. Now you repeated putting something to the witness, and then I asked, and I made a note that it implies that those are the instructions. And it's on that basis, because one must be careful of putting things to a witness in cross-examination, because that's the risk. And I expect counsel to know what it means. And so far I was satisfied that that was the position. Because you put it to her, firstly you said, you didn't walk slowly, you stood there. Then she said, no, I walked slowly. Now, with the noise coming from inside the house, you again put it to her that she stood there and she listened. And last time I checked, if it's put like that in cross-examination, that's the context. Unless you want to rephrase the question.
My lord, can I comment?
Certainly.
I won't make that mistake of saying these are my instructions, because my client has never seen this lady. I won't make that mistake.
You never said it was your instructions. I agree with you. But the manner in which the statements are put to the witness is that you put it to her that the position is A and not B. Because we can't put speculation to witnesses. Then one must rephrase the question, to my mind, as to say, look at the context, so forth and so forth and so forth. But if counsel in my court say, I put it to the witness, that's how I note it. I put it to you, that's the situation. And when I evaluate the evidence, that's the context in which I evaluate it at the end of the day.
I will rephrase
Yes.
the question, my lord. It is not possible that you heard this noise while you are passing.
ga o kgonagale gore wena o utlwile dilo tse kgotsa selo se ka nako no hetagale
Ke di utlwile.
I heard you.
The inference I'm drawing is that you might have been standing or listening at the time you heard She
Sena ke
knows.
se bonang kgotsa ke nagana go se diragetse ke gore wena o ne o eme gane o lebitse ke ga utlwa gore ba bua eng kgotsa go diragalang.
ne ke le mo tseleng ne ke feta
I was on the road and I was passing by.
Miss Chosa, there was a witness, state witness, who testified about what she had
Go na le paki e la leletsang ka bopaki gore a bua ka so se ena a se utlwileng.
while she was standing outside at the corner of Kelly Smith shack.
Ka nako ena e le kante mo kgoleng ya ntlo ga Miss Kelly Smith mokhubu wa gago.
And she was narrating the events of the 18th of February 2024.
E motho o na bua ka selo kgotsa dilo tse di diragetseng ka di 18 tsa February 2024.
She never told the court about the events that you are narrating before this court today.
And mme motho o wa ga bua sepe ka so se wena o se buang gore se diragetse.
Are you referring to the witness, Laurentia Lombard?
That's correct, my lord.
Her evidence is not complete yet. So is it fair to put it that way to this witness? Because she must still be cross-examined.
It will be complete only after cross-examination,
Yeah.
my
Now
lord.
she, in her evidence in chief, narrated about who arrived when at certain stages on the evening of the 18th. She also, in the evidence in chief, what will happen in cross-examination, that I don't know. When accused number 3 took Joshlin into the house, she also told us about what she could hear at that stage. And then she continued about what she could hear when certain things were said between individuals. So maybe in the context, you can put it to the witness that this part about the 3 people sitting at the rock while she was pulling the child, that was different, etc. But I'm not so sure that it's fair to put it as boldly as you did, that she never told us about these events. Because I can see similarities in what this witness says and what Ms. Lombard said in her evidence in chief. In fact, I suspect the state called this witness specifically for that reason, because you're going to have a single witness as to certain aspects, and maybe I'm wrong, but they needed some corroboration to bolster the 2 or 4 witnesses' evidence. So, on my understanding of the evidence in chief of Laurentia Lombard, I will not allow the question in the way you put it. You have to rephrase. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, my lord. Before I
Just-
continue with my question, my lord, you made reference to similarities to what this witness has said and what Ms. Lombard has said. With due respect, my lord, what are those similarities? I've checked the
No,
Affidavit, I didn't see any similarities.
I don't have to tell you exactly what the similarities are. As I've told you, I haven't heard all the evidence. So, yeah, I'm listening.
Thank you, my lord. The witness I made a reference to has testified that she heard things while she was standing at the back of Kelly Smith's shack.
Paki e buang ka yone o la bua gore ene o utlwile disenyo kgotsa dilo ka nako ya ntse eme ka mara mokhukhu ga Kelly Smith. I passed by. I did not stand.
Okay. Further, she never gave us the setup you are giving us in your evidence regarding these people you've seen and how they were seated.
Ga re bolela ka go wena re boletseng ka teng gore go ntse jang hale gore batho ba ne ba le hake go tsana mantsi mo go eng. I saw how I saw things, my lord. So she didn't see the way, the person didn't see the way I saw. I saw how I saw things.
Okay.
Well, I'm stating how I saw things.
Thank you, Ms. Chosa. Now let us go to your statement. Second statement.
The second one, so T6. Just whilst we are at T6, on T2 of 5, next to where it's marked paragraph 4 and encircled, the 4 is circled, I wrote in on the exhibit with my red pen, CT6 paragraph 2, and then I put in brackets in pencil that it's the court's note. So it wasn't on the original exhibit. I brought it on there, and that's so when somebody looks at the exhibit, they will see those notes, that those are mine as a cross-reference. So now we're going to T6 then?
Yes, my lord. Before I put questions to you regarding the second statement, there are a few things I want to know from you.
Pele ke go botsa dipotso ka statement se sa go sa bontshe go na dilo tse ke batla go botsang tsone.
The statement you made on the 22nd of February 2022. When did you get, I'm sorry my lady, when did you get an opportunity to read it again?
Statement se se dirileng ka di 22 sa ga February 2024 o kry tshwaneleng kgotsa o kry tshwaneleng gore o se bale kgotsa o se shebe gape.
Ke se file last week.
It was given to me last week.
Last week?
Yes.
Yes.
From the 22nd of February 2024, it was the first time you read your statement only last week.
Go tloga ka di 22 tsa February 2024 le sa ntlha o bala statement sa gago kgotsa o sheba statement sa gago last week.
Se sotlhe.
Yes, the whole statement, yes.
Do you still remember when the correction of the first statement took place?
Santona gopola gore mo no bankanya gone statement se sa ntlha se se diragetse leng so se bona. I can't remember, my lord, but it was the time that I was still at the school.
The time that
At the time that I was still volunteering, or the time that I was still at the school, my lord.
when the correction was done.
Kana go bankanya kgotsa go dira di-correction. Yes.
Was this year or last year?
And then nyaka e go tla dira hebile. Can't remember.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Chosa. I humbly request my learned colleague for the state to hand over to the witness.
I can't hear you.
My apologies,
Yeah.
my lord. I humbly request my learned colleagues for the state to give the witness statement A99.
A99. Is it not what I've marked T6? In other words, the statement that says it's an annexure 1 of a 10. Is it a different statement?
Yes, my lord, there's a separate statement. I
That
also handed
A99.
it. It's marked A99. It consists of 3 pages.
That's not been handed in.
It was, my lord.
Sorry, my lord, the witness does have in front of the A99.
But that's the copy, the original, my lord.
Well, what was given to me, I read into the record. And I had a total of 6 pages. And that is why I marked it in the way I did. And nobody told me, but there are more pages. Where's the investigating officer today?
My apologies, my lord. I thought I had given it with, my apologies. This is A99. I gave the copy to the witness. My apologies.
So you want to hand it up now?
My lord, I did, when it was handed up, did place on record that there was an affidavit, the original one, with an annexure, 1 page to it, and then there was an additional
No,
affidavit.
I know you did. But I can only deal with matters when documents are handed up to me as exhibits. I haven't seen the docket.
My apologies, my lord.
All right, so now I've been placed in possession of a statement. Says Saldana Cass 24/3/2024, A99. It says on the front page 1 of 3. and it has 3 pages. It was commissioned on the face of it on the 6th of August 2024. Because the way we've dealt with the previous exhibit, I'm going to give this a separate number. So it will be Exhibit U. And we'll follow the numbers as they are marked on the right top bottom. In that, so yes, thank you, Ms. Nkabai. Now you can proceed.
Thank you, my lord. Ms. Chosa, in front of you, there's a statement. Our reference as defense is 899. Exhibit as per the court is Exhibit U. Please take your time, peruse that statement in front of you.
Mmetlhosa go na le statement e pele ga gago e 99 ne kopa gore o shebe statement se o tsena go ya gago.
And on the last page of the same statement, please check whether that you appended your signature or whether that is your signature that appears there.
Ne ke tla kopa go statement sa gago go maheleng kwa o shebe gore a wena o signileng ha. Yes, that's my signature.
As per the last page, this statement was commissioned on the 6th of October 2024.
Most paging for the maheleng ha yo statement se ne se commissioned ka the 6th of August 2024.
Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Is that your statement?
This statement is a fact.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. In which language was the statement taken? In which language was the statement taken?
English.
The witness was still perusing through the statement on the second page, my lord.
Oh, my apologies. I didn't notice.
The witness said that she stopped perusing through the statement, my lord, because a question was asked from her.
My apologies. I can't be that clumsy. You can proceed, lady.
Doesn't have to read the last page. That's just the commissioning.
I see the witness.
I read, my lord.
Thank you.
Is that your statement?
The statement is a fact. Yes, it is.
You just said it was taken in English.
Yes.
After it was written, was it read back to you?
Yes.
Did you understand the contents of the statement the time it was read back to you?
Yes.
Were you happy? Were you satisfied with the contents of the statement?
Yes, that's everything that I've mentioned, I spoke about.
And after your satisfaction, you appended your signature.
Yes, I did.
Thank you, Ms. Shota. Let's now go to paragraph 2.
And therefore paragraph 2.
On Sunday, 2024, February the 18th, I am not really sure about the time, but it was after 17 hours.
In Nelika Sontaha, the 18th of February, I wish I would in the month, Nelika Tabo 5.
Can you leave out the address, the street address of the witness when you read the next sentence, please?
Neketa mo pakurha wala line kung sa sentence natin utuhele address iya pagi bistata sa address ka.
So if you're going to read Ms. Nkabai, we might read it as, I was coming from my house, going to the salon.
My Lord, I am not going to add anything to what is written before me. I am not going to increase. I will read paragraph 2 as it appears on this
You
affidavit.
see, the problem is, I made a ruling yesterday about the identity of the witness and images. The moment we're going to read in a street address, we can rather ask the witness to confirm what was written there is in fact correct. But if we read it out loud, it goes out to the rest of the world. Then it undermines the order I made yesterday, by implication.
In fact,
Because
my
we now
Lord,
already know from questions this morning, the witness is a member of an SGB at a particular school. That we already know now from the questioning this morning. I will let the witness read and confirm what is written there is in fact correct, and then you can ask the question.
I won't have a problem with that, my Lord.
So can the witness read from after 1700 hours that was read out aloud in court to herself, and if you want to translate to the witness in Setswana, up to the word salon, and just confirm whether that is in fact correct.
Ne go no go go gore o shebe ha go tsena ka no go bona go tla gona jana go tla go di kopa mo le gore ga bala a sa bala address ya gago le la strata gore ke ha kae o di jana go gore ha go 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 bala o shebe ha a ke address ya gago ya di go bala go tshwane le ka di 18 tsa February e le ka di 18 tsa February e le sonta ga ka 2024 o wena ga o tsena go se ke e le na go ma mme le ga ka mara wena o mo tswa ntlo ya gago e le address ya gago e ntse ha en kana go wena o ya go salon then a ke address ya gago e mae yes that's my address my lord.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Nkabai.
Thank you.
So you will go to the time now. I know that.
Thank you, my Lord.
Sorry, my lord, the witness also asked something, my lord, whilst the court was speaking with defense. Which statement is this? Is this a second statement?
This was a second statement, as Ms. Nkabai took her through, that seems to have been taken in August of last year.
This statement is a bit say no living up by national says since August last year, 36th of August. Nodding head, my lord.
And the last...
I'm just going to put the witness at ease, Ms. Nkabai.
Okay.
You will recall yesterday, you were taken to dates and the appearance of people on television. So this was the statement that was taken after that television appearance.
Yes.
So now you understand where we are.
Yes.
Good. Yes, thank you, Ms. Nkabai.
Thank you, my lord. I will pass your address and I will go to the last 4 words on this paragraph. The last 4 words are going to the salon.
Mo o moya go salon. Yes.
Tell me, Miss Chota, I want to know, how many times did you go to the salon on the 18th of February 2024?
Ms. Chosane, ke batla go itse mo go wena, o ile ga kae go salon ka date ya di 18th of February 2024?
Ka nako eo, ka tsa ga one.
I went once.
Thank you. Explain to me, why in A10? My lord, can the court help me with the exhibit number for A10?
T for Tommy.
Thank you, my lord. Why in exhibit T you went to the salon at 17 hours or at between 17 hours and 20 hours?
1900 hours and 20
hours.
That's
Thank you,
in
my lord.
exhibit T.
Yes. Then in exhibit U, now we see you going to the salon 3 hours earlier than when you went in exhibit T. Please explain.
Yan me ko ba go re tlhalosetse mo 18 fa o go le gore o ile go salon ga 7 le 8 mo go ena 10 mme mo go 99 o go tse gore o ile go salon ga 5 yana go na le hour tse tharo mo ke nako e mo le ke nako e gore yana o ile le ile tse tharo.
Ba ile ba re ha ba mo putsisa ka tsatsi le ba ka ke tsa statement sa bobedi ba re monna ba re o shona gore ke 7 between 7 and 8.
When Heneko gave my this statement, my lord, I was asked whether am I sure it was between 7 o'clock and 8 o'clock.
Ebe ke re ko bona ke re awa a ke sure but ne go le late tsatsi na kwa teng.
But then I said to them that I was not sure, but it was late on that day.
Ebe ba re ko nna ba re nahana gore ha o ya ko salon event we raetseng, like did you o ile kerekeng na or ona le motho a ileng kerekeng?
And they said that, can you please think properly, or can you please think what happened? Did you go to church or someone went to church?
A fetsa fela mo ka nagana ka re ngwana a ka nna ile ko kerekeng o ile around to 5.
And I thought about it, my lord, that my child went to church and came back around about 5 to 5.
And then ke nako e ke tsamaileng ka yona ka gore ne ke emetse ena.
And that's the time I left because I was waiting on my child.
So this statement says, I'm not really sure about the time, but it was after 1700 hours. In other words, after 5 o'clock.
Most statement in Sahabo or Hagisho and Hagat Satana for me in the Likan or 5. Yes, my lord.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Nkabai.
No follow-up question to your answer. I will leave this.
I didn't hear you.
My apologies, my lord.
That's fine.
No follow-up question to you regarding your last answer. I will leave this for arguments.
Ga ke no go botsa sepe ka so se o hetsang go se bua gona le Liliana mme ga go nganisana ka dilo tse di boeletseng mo khoto mo ke go nganisana ka tla ka sone ka nako e nngwe.
You were not here when Mrs. Mard, but the class teacher of Joshlin was testifying. You were not here.
No, it's not.
But what is interesting, you both have a common mistake.
So se ke se boneng go se ke se bona ke gore wena le ene go na le diphoso tsa nna di a tshwana.
Even her, in her affidavit, she mentioned something on the 19th of February 2024, which was corrected in this court.
Le ene o la bua ka seng sa di 19 February 2024 e so se go bona sa bankanya mo court.
You won't have a comment on this.
Ga gona se go se bua ka so se.
My lord,
Yes, nothing.
I don't have further questions to the witness.
Thank you, Ms. Nkabai. Mr. Sidnarayan.
My lord, can I move my house
Yes, certainly.
for my learned colleague?
Certainly, because now it's got to be raised for Mr. Sidnarayan. Is that okay?
Thank you, my lord.
Just for the witness, it's been a long morning. Just to remind the witness, Mr. Sidnarayan appears for Ms. Smith.
Mwele o se bona yena o emetse mwele di Miss Smith la tufatwa ora.
Thank you.
Thank you, my lord. When did you move to the Middle Pos area?
Me o wena o tlile mo Middle Pos
2017.
2017.
And would you ever pass accused number 3's home from the time you got there?
A o tlo hinte mo ya gamla tufatwa ora ro ha bo. Can you please repeat the patient, sir?
Or let me ask you, on this day, the 18th of February, was that the first time that you walked past accused 3's home?
Ere ke go botsa yana ka di 18 tsa February a no simola go heta mo ya gago.
Awa.
No?
Would you pass there often?
A no hinte tletse go heta.
Ke na no feta mola.
Yes, I do pass there.
The question was, would the witness pass there often?
A potso ke gore a go tletse go heta.
Not gantsi, not often.
Not often, my lord.
Yes.
And on the 18th of February 2023, this was the first time you
24.
noticed the 2024. Thank you, my lord. This was the first time that you noticed any of the occupants of this house.
Ka di 18 tsa February 2024, wena mo simola go bona batho ba nna mo ntlong eno. Yes.
And that was also the first time that you saw accused number 3.
And mo simola go bona molatefatsi wa boraro. Yes.
My instructions from accused number 3 are that she does not know you and she's never seen you before.
Molatefatsi wa boraro o bolela gore ene ga gantsi and ga se go bona.
Do you have any comment on that?
A gona le selo se o batla go se bua.
Le nna ke metsi ne ke thomo mmona tsatsi lela.
I also don't know her. It was my first time seeing her as well on that day.
Do you think she would have seen you, noticed you that evening?
Nagana mme o yena o la go bona ka letsatsi ka bosigo.
Ka mokgwa o na kwatile ka teng a ke nagana o mpona.
The way she was angry or upset, my lord, I don't think that she even saw me.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, my lord. When you were walking past, what drew your attention to accused 3?
Ka nako eno o heta gang, ke eng se e go dirileng gore o lebella go tlo shebe molatefatsi wa boraro?
Ka mokgwa o na o manya le boyfriend ya hae ka teng.
How she was scolding with her boyfriend.
Okay. Now, when you saw them for the first time, you mentioned to us her boyfriend was on one side with the other two people and she was on the other side.
O la re bolela gore ka nako ne ba bona boyfriend ya hao le ka ntleng e nngwe le batho ba babedi ba ka ntleng e nngwe. Yes.
Where was the boyfriend seated in relation to the house?
Boyfriend yona ne ntse ha kae mo ntlong.
ne ba ntse mo tseleng ela ya matlapa before ko ntlong ya bona.
They were seated by the road by the rocks, my lord, before the house.
How far are the rocks from the house?
Matlapa a kgakala jang go tloga mo ntlong ya bona.
Go tloga mo ditsheping tsela go fitlha kwa ka morago ga tafola ya bontate.
The witness shows, my lord, from this steel here where the stage is, and behind the second table where the two gentlemen are sitting. Behind the two gentlemen, my lord.
It's about 10 meters approximately.
That's correct, my lord.
Just give me a moment. So I'm looking at the measurements,
Yes, sir.
and I'm doing just a basic calculation on how it was measured from Ayanda's house to the rocks, firstly. So that distance was 64.3 meters. Got it? And the distance from Kelly's house to Ayanda's house, remember it's now the furthest point where we stood, because we stood on the furthest side of the house. That was 78.8 meters. So you're looking at the difference about 14.5 meters from Kelly's house to the rocks.
Thank you, my lord.
And that's measured. So instead of us having to guess, we know it's approximately 14.5 meters.
Thank you, my lord.
And that's to be found, those measurements were the measurements I asked Warrant Officer Peters at the inspection to measure. And it's contained in the key to the photographs that's marked Exhibit S, which is the recordal of the inspection in loco. So that might help you, Mr. Sidney.
It does, my lord. And where was accused number 3 standing in relation to her house?
Molato wa boraro ena e le kae mo ntlong ya hao?
Molatetši wa boraro Naomi pela batho ba ke buang ka bona ba bararo. Naomi mo pela bona mo tseleng e ke tlo fetang ko yona.
Accused number 3, my lord, was standing across or facing the people that were seated there as I was going to go past in that road where they were.
Was she standing right next to her house?
Ana eme thuka ga ntlo ga.
Aowa.
No.
So was she closer to the people or closer to her house? Where was she?
Ana le gautshwane le ntlo ga kgotsa le gautshwane le batho ba. Nna le ena ka sentle sentle.
Naomi kgauswi le batho ba.
Standing close to the people.
And where was the child at that time?
ngwana o na le hale ka nako eo.
Naeme gaufi le ena nako e a eme mola.
The child was standing near her, my lord, when she was standing there. The witness shows by the way of her fingers or hands, my lord. They were facing and the child was standing near her. Facing and the child was standing near
Facing
her.
next to her.
Did you notice what the child was doing?
Can you please repeat that, sir?
Did you notice what the child was doing?
O la lemoga gore ngwana o ne a dirang.
Naeme ena.
The child was just standing.
And what would you say was the distance between accused number 3 and her boyfriend while this argument was continuing?
O ka kgona gore bolela gore distance e ne e leng gare ga molato wa boraro le boyfriend ga o kana se ne ba ngangisana.
Re ka no rena Naeme mo line e rede than boyfriend e ntse ka mo o se bantse mo teng mo matlapeng.
I can say, my lord, she was standing on where the red line is, my lord, where the red line is, and the boyfriend was standing or was behind the table, or the two ladies that are seated here, the two ladies being the stenographer and the judge's secretary, my lord.
I'm guessing 2 meters, approximately.
That's correct, my lord.
If you take the width of the table, so it's about double that. Table looks to me like between 600 and 800, so it's 1.6 to 2 meters.
Thank you, my lord. And the boyfriend at that time was just seated between the other two people.
Boyfriend e ne ntse magare ga batho ba bang ba babedi ba. Yes.
And when accused number 3 was fighting, was she making any actions? What was she doing?
Ka nako e molatofatsi wa boraro a lwana hale a go na le sengwe na se dira go ntse na dirang.
Na kwatile a omanya.
She was angry, upset, and scolding.
She was just being verbal about her anger.
O na ka go kwata ga go na buhela mantswe.
E na bua mantswe.
Yes, she was verbal about it.
And all this time that she was scolding, the boyfriend just sat quietly.
Nako yotlhe a ntse a omana hale boyfriend yone ne ntse e le hatsi.
Le yona ne e bua back ko yena.
He also replied back to her.
Yes, and he would reply to her, and it continued in that fashion.
O na mo araba and la tswelela hela jalo.
Eh.
Yes, that's how I saw it.
So if we would summarize it as a to and fro verbal altercation, would that be fair?
Ga o bua gore bane ba nganisana ka mantswe go dina ba omana ka mantswe.
Eh, ke bona ka re mare tla fela mo matsogong ka gore nnete le go manyiwa ka nnete like botlhoko so ne ke nana gore maybe ba ka tshwarana lo tshwarana.
My lord, yes, they were arguing verbally, my lord, but the way it was, I saw that it might end up being physical, my lord. They were really scolding at each other.
Good. So it was intense.
How long did you witness this intense exchange of words before you saw Joshlin being pulled into the house?
So se o se bone nako e kae se diragala pele ga Joshlin a gogola pele ga Joshlin a gogola ko ntlong.
Ha ntse ke tla
As I was approaching,
I don't understand. As you were getting there, that's when you saw this happening.
ga ke go tlse ntse ore ka nako o no ya go teng go gona o ntse o bone so se ka nako se diragala.
eh ha ntse ke ya go bona.
Yes, as I was approaching them,
That doesn't make sense, man, because you witnessed a lot of things happening. You saw this exchange of words, and then she would have been pulled. But now you say, as you were approaching the house, you saw her being pulled.
No. The reference was with the intense exchange of words. That's how I had the question.
Perhaps I can rephrase, my lord.
Because there was, and you used the term, the intense exchange of words. That was as she was approaching. Remember, prior to that, she said it was intense. She thought it might end up in a physical encounter. So that's how I have it. There's nothing yet of the putting of the child, but maybe you can clarify it.
Can you recall how long this exchange of words lasted?
Ka kgona gore bolela gore se se kana ba ngangisana ka mantswe yana e tsele nako e ka sosong. I can't say.
Let's clarify it once and for all. As you were approaching, we now know from yesterday when we took you to the map. As you were crossing the canal, could you hear them or not?
Right, so kana go uno hita kanileng halede kana go bontshitse nne ano khona go ba utlwa go ntsanya. Yes.
So was it already there where some scolding took place?
And he kana go e bone ba ngangisana gone ka mantswe. Yes.
Could you see the child at that stage as you're crossing the canal?
Ya kana hita mo kanileng kana go ile ano khona go bona ngwana. Yes.
And was the child just standing there, or was anything happening to the child?
Kana go le ngwana na eme hale khontsha no gona le so se diragala mo ngwaneng.
Ngwana na eme hela.
The child was just standing there.
Now you're getting closer and closer and closer, and we know the exchange of words continued on your evidence.
Sorry, my lord. Ola timela, ijaka wa timela jana right gore ba le bangangisana ka mantswe khotsa go ngangisana ga bona ka mantswe go la tswela pele.
Well, ha ke ntse ke atamela ba santsana ba tswela pele.
As I was approaching or getting nearer, my lord, they were continuing with the exchange of words.
So can you recall the position you were in at the time when you say Miss Smith took Joshlin into the house?
O ka kgona gore bolela gore no le ha kae go tswela eme yang ka no o re Smith o la tsa Joshlin a mtsenya mo ntlong.
Ne ke setse ke le khaufi le bona.
I was near them already.
Near them, having passed them already, or not having passed them?
Ano le gautshwane le bona le sontse ba hitile go tswa so he ba hite.
Le ka se sa ba hita.
I wasn't past them yet.
Thank you, Mr. Sidney.
Thank you, my lord. Now, before I proceed, I just want to go back to you saying that, or you could hear the exchange of words were serious or intense as we now use it. What makes you say that it was intense?
Ne go ba go botsa mo go ona manya ko no mo bona gore ne ba ngisana tota ka mantswe ne ba ngisana serious king e go direng go re ne ba ngisana se mo bona gore nya go ana leswana
Because no gona le mashata o wa bua.
they were speaking over each other. This one is speaking, that one was speaking. They were speaking over each other, my lord. Sorry, my lord. May I ask permission from the court to take off my jacket, please?
Certainly.
Thank you, my lord.
It's not an indulgence to counsel. Good. Yes, thank you, Mr. Sidney.
Thank you, my lord. You could not understand a single word that was being exchanged, could you?
Yes.
And you also told us that during this argument, she was standing about 2 meters away, and he was just seated in between the two people.
And when I
what I understand, it's only the fact that they were talking on top of each other that makes you think it was intense.
So se wena o dirang kgotsa ka mokgwa o ke bonang ka gone gore o mona bua e mongwe ba buang mo ka nako e one sone so o se o bong gore ne ba nangisana serious.
Lo bolella ko dimo o reisa mantswe.
And on my Lord as well, they were speaking loud, screaming, they were speaking loud.
But anyone can have loud arguments, doesn't necessarily mean it's going to end up in something physical. You agree with me?
Okay.
Okay.
Now, what caused this argument to end, if you noticed?
Ke ga me a go ga ngwana a bua lentswe la gore ke tla go bontsha.
It's the time that the mother pulled the child in, said that I'm going to show you. The witness said the words, my Lord, kita go bontsha, meaning in your voice in Afrikaans, and in English I will show you.
So, whilst in the middle of the argument, she just grabbed the child and she walked towards the house.
Yes.
And what happened thereafter?
Ke feta mo obudi ba ntse mo teng eno ya ko ntlong nna ko feta ko morago wa ntlo.
I went past where the gentleman there was seated, my Lord, and when I went there,
Ena o nna ya ko ntlong nna ke tlo heta ka morago wa ntlo.
and she was going to the house and I was going to go behind the house.
And after that, you would have left that area.
And ka morago ko go jule mo area ene.
Ha ke feta ka mo morago ga ntlo o tlile go na le dilo nkare o betantsha dilo ka mo ntlong.
When I was behind the house, my Lord, I heard noise like she was throwing things around or things being thrown around.
Thank you, my Lord. You heard things being thrown around. You did not see who was creating that noise. Yes. And all of this you heard as you were almost past or moving away from the home.
I heard that whilst I was passing behind the shack.
And did you notice anything else?
No.
No. The words I'll show you, do you recall who it was directed at?
She was speaking with her boyfriend. The witness also shows with a show of hands, my Lord, she was speaking with her boyfriend.
So it was not directed at the child.
No.
Can I ask you to maybe speculate? There's this heated argument between Ms. Smith and the boyfriend that you think might end up in a physical confrontation. And then she tells the boyfriend, ek gaan jou wys, and take the child away. Is that possible? That was the context?
Wena ga re ke se bo gore o naganele or o bona batho ba ngangisana e ba ngangisana serious jaanong molatifotso wa boraro kgotsa mong wa ngwana a ba re mo boyfriendeng ya gago ke tla go bontsha a ba tsa ngwana a tsamaya mole a tsamaya le ene a mme o nagane sone se se diragetseng jang
ke sone se se diragetseng.
yes that's what happened.
Thank you, my lord. What were the other two people who were there during this argument?
Batho ba bangwe ba babedi ne ba ntse gale bone ne ba dirang ka nako go diragala sosa
Le ba le busy ka o tshwatla dilo, that's why ke re ne ke nagana gore maybe ba ka related le ba batho ba drugs ke nagana gore ne ba le busy ka di-drugs.
My Lord, because we're busy, they crashing or busy with things, my Lord. So later on, I heard that they're drug users, my Lord. So I thought they were busy with drugs, but later on, I heard that they're drug users.
Could you see them crush things?
Yes.
Can you maybe illustrate with your hands what you saw? Like she shows, like eating and crushing forward. Yeah. I can't take judicial notice of that, Mr. Secretary.
I do understand, my lord.
Good. Yes.
And I assume accused the boyfriend was having been in between, was also involved and busy with these drugs.
Ka gore molatifatso wa kgontsha boyfriend ya molatifatso wa boraro le ena ntse gare ga batho ba le ena na le bitsa tlhotlhe go nta le bitse ka di-drugs hale yes.
None of the other people intervened or tried to stop the argument?
Ga gona ba gare ga batho ba babedi ba la ba tsenella go ntse go emisa so se ne se diragala.
Aowa.
No.
Accused number 3 will deny that she had any argument with her boyfriend, or more specifically accused number 1.
Molatifatso wa boraro yena o tlo ganetsa so sa gore yena o nanganisana le boyfriend ya gago molatifatso wa ntlha.
Nna ke ba bone ba argue.
I saw them arguing.
She will also deny that she pulled her child Joshlin into the house in the manner which you described.
Gape o tla ganetsa gore ene o la goga ngwana gagwe ka go bontse o la bolela ka teng gore o la mogela go ntlong Joshlin.
Nna ke mona a mogoga.
I saw her pulling her.
This hair salon that you are going to, ma'am, does it have a name?
Salone e no ya go gona a ena le leina.
No.
No.
Did you have an appointment on that day?
A no na le appointment ka nako e kgontsha nako e boetseng gore o tle ka yone.
Aowa.
No.
Did you make any arrangements that you are going to go there with your hairdresser?
A o la bua we le motho o le hairdresser gore ntlo go tle ka nako mang.
Aowa.
No.
What were you going to, you used the words you were going to cut your hair.
O la re mo ile ha lo o go sega moriri. Yes.
Was there a particular style that you were going to have it cut?
A gona le style se no o ile go se dira se o se batlang.
Ne ke lo ira cut.
I want to do a cut, my lord, as a witness shows with a show of hands towards her head.
Is it a short cut? or trimmed on the sides, or I just want to get an idea. Because there's a hair salon where Miss Nkabai might go to, or Miss Harriman might go to. That might take time. Or I don't go to a hair salon because I cut my own hair. Because it's Kasko, I can do it in 5 minutes. So nothing personal, that's just why I'm asking. Because we have these questions about, did you have an appointment? And we don't really know what type of service was going to be provided at this hair salon. So it might be that it's not something difficult.
Go dira motlhala gore memka ba yena a kana ya ko salon a tlo go yang ka yona mohalmane ena a kana ko salon motho o ya le dilo tse le farologaneng ko salon di style ya ka jaje e le motlhala ka no gore yena wa bona gore o tlhoga go ntse jang yena o iputa ka bana ka 5 minutes hela go tsena motho metlhana no tla ba heditse ga se gore se di go na le so se kgatlhana le bana ke go botsa le gore mo ile go dira style se se ntseng jang go bua ka dinako go nako tse di bodisa le tse dingwe o ya ka nako ka gore ka go bana patla le go tse go tsaya nako I went to trim on the side, my lord. The witness shows with both of her hands moving to backwards, my lord.
Sorry, now, is the machine cut on the sides?
Yes, my lord.
So we have a better idea, Mr. Sidnaran.
Thank you, my lord. Ma'am, the reason why I asked if you had an appointment was trying to maybe assist you to establish what time you may have been passing accused number 3's home.
So se ne re botsa nako gore o nna le appointment ke no go le go thusa le wena gore go sheba gore mme nako e hitileng ka yone mo le bodunya ga molatefatso wa boraro ne le nako mang
di salon tsa go skota kempari the appointment wa hitla house na batho wa itsiwa wa tsamaya.
The salons at the informal settlement, my lord, there is no appointment or time set. When you get there and when there's no people, you do your hair and you leave.
All right. We've already established that you've made 2 statements regarding this matter, and there was an annexure.
Se re bone gore o dirile di statement tse pedi mo kgetseng e and go na le se se gape statement se se go tsa phabitsana e nngwe e la tsenwang. Yes.
You had an opportunity to even look at those statements a short while ago.
Ola nna le nako gore o shebe di statement tseo nako e hitileng. Yes.
Do you agree with me that in your first statement, Exhibit T, you say that you were passing between 7 p.m. and 8 p.m. on the 18th of February?
Wa dumelana le nna mo statement sa gago T gore wena o re o hitile hae gare ga 7 kgotsa 8. Yes.
Okay. Now, between 7 and 8 could be quarter to 8 as well.
Gare ga 7 le 8 go ka diragala gore ke go ka quarter to 8.
You agree with me?
Wa dumelana le nna? Yes.
In your second statement, Exhibit U, you say it was, you're not sure of the time, but it was after 5 o'clock or 5 p.m.
Mo statement sa gago se seng sa bobedi o re ga o sure ka nako mme e ka nna after 5. Yes.
2 hours is a big difference. Agreed?
Yes.
So, what I want you to do is think carefully now and tell us which is the correct one.
Jaanong ne ke tla kopa gore o nagane sentle gore o bole gore nako e leng yona sentle ke nako e.
Ba ile ha ke tlo thuseha ka nako ya bobedi.
You said when I was going to be assisted over the second statement.
Ke ke re traceitse gore go iragetseng ka tsatsi leo.
On that day, my Lord, I retraced to say as to what happened on the day.
Ene ka tlhaloganya gore ga ngwana ka boa kerekeng ke gona ke tsamaileng ke ya saloneng.
And I saw that when, after my child came back from church, my Lord, that's when I left and went to the salon.
So would you say the time was now closer to 5 o'clock than it was to 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock?
Again, o bua gore nako ne le gautshwane nako ya 5 o'clock since 7 kgotsa 8 o'clock. Yes.
Can you remind me, when did you make your second statement, Exhibit U?
O ka nkgopotsa gore statement sa gago sa bobedi o se dirile leng, Exhibit U?
It was in August, 6th of August,
Thank you, my lord.
2024.
And your first statement you made in February 2024.
Statement sa gago se sa bobedi o se dirile ka February 2024. Yes.
And your first statement was made a few days after you witnessed this incident.
Statement sa gago se se o se dirile matsatsi ka morago se se diragetse. Yes.
And obviously everything was still fresh in your mind.
And ka nako e le dilo tse ne sentse di le fresh mo tlhaloganyong gago. Yes.
So when you made your first statement, everything was still fresh in your mind and you told the police exactly what you recall saying.
Ka nako o dira statement sa gago sa ntlha dilo tse ne o di bua mo le ke dilo tse ne o di ne le gone di le fresh and ga o bolela mapodisa. Yes.
But on the 6th of August, almost 6 months later, you say you thought of it and realized that it was much earlier.
Mme mo statementeng sa gago se o se dirileng ka August o re o la nagana ka sona ke go bona gore e ne le frogonyana. Yes.
And you say you were able to recall that because you remembered your daughter returned from church.
Or o gopola sose ka gore ngwana gago o na boa ko kerekeng. Yes.
And
Just one moment, Mr. Sidney. What is the problem now?
my lord, I was just
No, I just want to, I saw the court orderly coming forward and whispering to Ms. Nkapai, and then Ms. Nkapai put her hand up. What's the problem? Okay, it's 4 minutes past 11. I'm going to take the short adjournment now till 20 past. Then we're going to, when we come back, we're going to conclude the cross-examination and then immediately go on with the next witness. So a 20-minute adjournment at this stage. Thank you.
Gore re emiseng nakonyana ke leka go botsa ka nako e o ne o heta ka yone mo ntlong ya ga molatofatswa wa boraro. Yes.
And you mentioned that you were able to recall the time
O la bua gore o la kgona go gopola nako.
Oh, before I get there, let me ask you this. At that time, was your daughter a regular churchgoer?
Me ere ke go botsa jana a ngwana ga go ne le motho a tsamang kereke ka nako ile. Yes.
How often would she attend church?
O na ya kerekeng ga kae?
Every Sunday.
Every Sunday.
And can you recall for how long she had been doing this?
Wa gopola gore ke nako kwa a dira nako ka dira so sewa.
O thomile late ka bo 2023.
My child started late, around about 2023.
And at the time that you made your first statement, she was already attending church regularly.
Ka nako e o no dira statement sa go sa ntlha ne le motho o yang kerekeng gafetsa. Yes.
So when you were making your first statement, did it not occur to you then, it was just after, it's a routine thing, it's something that happened every Sunday, that just after my child came back, then I left?
Ka nako ile e ne se ntho o e diragalang e mo dira ka na gafetsa gore ngwana ke ngwana o yang kerekeng wa bona and ga bua ko kerekeng ke gane ke ya le kae go sanong. I did not remember that, my Lord, because I also usually go to church with her.
And your correction regarding the dates, when were you informed about that?
Go bankanya ga date ka mosetsi ga o boletse neng ka so sewa.
Next statement for police station.
It was not long after I made the statement at the police station.
When you say statement, are you talking about the first statement you made or the second one?
Gauri statement, a waga statement sa ntlha go ntse se sa bobedi. The first statement.
Your first statement was made in February 2024.
Statement sa go sa ntlha se dirilwe ka 2024. Yes.
And that is where the incorrect date appears. You agree?
Ke mo go tlhagang date is in yone. Yes.
And you were later informed that the date recorded there is incorrect.
And ka go tsameng ga nako ka go bolela gore date e tlhagang ha le ke date e seng yone. Yes.
And then you made an addition to that statement at a later stage.
And ka ga o dira statement se seng ka ga morago ka mo tsameng ga nako. Yes.
When was that?
I can't remember.
That annexure was done January of this year.
That is correct, my lord. Yes.
The witness, my lord, says something. Am I being asked now about the way I edited date?
Where you corrected your first statement.
Ki bua mo o no bankanya statement sa gago sa ntlha teng. They came to school not long after I've made my first statement.
I had the opportunity of going through that statement or annexure, and I put it to you, that was only made in January this year.
Ke batla go bolella gore ke le tšhono gore ke shebe statement se sa gago seo. Ke bone gore bankanyo e kgontsha go bankanya se diwe ka January gera e.
Do you have any comment?
Go na le selo se o batla go se bua.
Go na le tsatsi le lengwe fana o kile a tla ko sekolong kwala a tlo lokisa taba ya date a re date ele ke bile mole ne ile Monday.
There's a day that Fana came there to the school and said that the day that is there, my lord, it's a Monday.
Ebe a botsisa le Kelly wa ko sekolong gore date ya nnete ke Mantaha or Labedi na.
And even asked Kelly at the school, the day that is it the date, the Monday or the Tuesday?
Yes, but that was on the 26th of January this year.
Me so se ke ne le ka di 26 of January gera e.
Am I right?
Okay, Jano, next time ke bereka. Ka January next time ke volunteer ko sekolong na kola atla le ke volunteer ko sekolong.
The time when the person came to the school, I was still volunteering at the school, but January this year, my lord, I was no longer volunteering at the school.
So what's recorded on the statement, the date is incorrect.
Jaanong mo go kotsweng teng ha mo statementeng date e ga se yone. Moledi are statements ga se commissionile ka di 26 tsa January 2025 yena ga bala a kere wena o rile gore ile go bona ka mara matsatsi bala batla go go wena go ile ka mara go tsa go tsa statement sa ntlha bona ke ga batla mo go wena o berekang teng o bereka teng go tsena vule dira teng ka mara matsatsi diane moledi are ene o la kry tšhono gore a ba shebe statements sa gago o bona gore mo statement se se commissionile ka di 26 tsa January gera e.
Ka January ba tlile go nna ba re ba lokisitse statement sa ka ke sign.
In January, they came to me and said that they have corrected or my statement has been amended. I must just sign.
Are you telling me you don't know the content of that statement?
Our selo se se kotsi mo statement se ga o se itse
Ke a se itse ke sene ba tlo se lokisa ba tlo lokisa ka taba ya date.
I'm aware or I know the statement. They came this way to correct or to amend the date.
And you signed it in January 2025.
Or last sign at January 2025. Yes.
So you made the statement in January 2025.
Yeah, no, we did the statement say ka January 2025.
Any answer?
No?
Okay. Is it because you cannot remember, ma'am, or are you not being truthful to the court that you don't know about the statement January 2025?
Ke gore ga o gopole kgotsa wena ga bue nnete mo court.
Ka January ba tlile ba tlo mpotsa gore ba lokisa statement ba lokisitse statement sa mataba nke ke setsitse.
At first, I made the statement, right? And when they came to me in January, they came and said that the statement has been corrected.
Ba re ke se check-e ke sign.
And they said that I must go through it or peruse the statement and I must sign.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ka tseya pampiri ka sign.
I took the paper and I signed.
And by doing that, what did you understand you were doing?
And wena ka go dira so mo itha gore o dira eng?
Ne ke itha gore ba lokisa date e lokisa nako ke bia statement ne ke beile yona e wrong.
And my thinking was that they were correcting the day that I placed of which it was wrong.
Yeah, but how were you doing that? You were making a statement. That's what you were doing.
O dirile jang so o dirile statement akere. Yes.
So you agree with me? You made that in January 2025.
Wa dumela le nna gore wena statement se o se dirile ka January. No.
I appreciate that.
You made your point.
Thank you, madam.
You can argue
Yes,
about
madam.
the semantics at another day.
I put it to you not being truthful to this court.
Ke batla go bolela mma gore rona ga o bue nnete pela court.
Any comment?
A gona le sengwe se o batlang go se bua.
Ke bua nnete.
I'm telling the truth.
The reason why I say so is because you were able to recall things a year ago and make corrections 6 months later, yet you can't recall a statement you made 2 months ago.
So se ke buang jalo gore wena ga o bue nnete ke gore so se se diragetseng jara e itileng jara se hitile and ka mora 6 months o bo dira statement sa go bankanya so sebo mme selo se se diragetseng kgwedi tse pedi tse hitileng so se ga o se
Before the
fokole.
witness answers. That was not the evidence, that she can't recall the statement that she signed. It was about whether signing this paper is making a statement or not. I'm not going to allow the statement put to the witness like that.
As court please. Ma'am, you say that one of the people who were there was a female.
Ore o mongwe wa batho no ba le hae ke mosetsana. Yes.
And later on, at some point, you saw the same female on television.
Go tsameng ga nako kwa ga o bona mo ene motho o wa mosetsana o mona mo televisioneng. Yes.
Did you eventually learn her name?
Go tsameng ga nako o la le itse leina la gago. No.
Okay. Did you see her any time after that day or after you saw on the television?
La mmona ka mora letsatsi leo mo go lona mo televisioneng. No.
And you are 100% certain that the person who was there at accused number 3's house is one of the persons you saw on television?
O tisitse gore e mongwe wa batho ba o ba boneng ko ntlong ya ga molatofatsiwa o wa boraro ke o mongwe wa batho ba o ba boneng ko TV. Yes.
And that was, she was seated with 2 other males when you were passing between 7 and 8, or the time that you were passing.
O nantse le batho ba bangwe ba babedi ba banna ka nako wena ne o hetagale. Yes.
My Lord, may I approach you?
Certainly.
Thank you, my lord. I've consulted just one more aspect. Ma'am, this female that you saw on that day, did she have long hair or short hair?
motho wa mosadi no mona ka letsatsi o a na na le moro motelele go ntse mo phutshane
mokhutswane.
short hair.
Thank you, my lord. I have nothing further.
Thank you. Any re-examination? Yes, Mkawai?
My apologies, my lord. When I was
Yes.
cross-examined,
Let us get the microphone on for you.
my apologies, my lord. When I was cross-examining the witness, I didn't put to her my client's instructions.
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Ms. Chusa, my client instructs me that you do not know him.
Motsosa molato ke memetseng yena re ga go itse.
A le tsane personally.
We don't know each other personally, yes?
And that he does not know you.
Ga go itse.
Le nna ke mitse le la mathomo ke mmona nako ya ntse mona ntse mo teng.
I don't know him as well. It was my first time seeing him when he was seated there.
And lastly, he was not at the place where you said you saw him.
And sama hello yena na si o mono re o moni teng go tsana le teng.
Nna ke mmone hona mo ke mmone teng.
I saw him where he was.
No further questions, Lord.
Thank you, Ms. Mkawai. Ms. Wonderful, any re-examination?
Nothing. Thank you, my lord.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. You may be excused.
Thank you, ma'am.
You may call the next witness. Are we going to swap?
Yes, indeed, my lord.
Because the witness will be testifying in Afrikaans and then the interpretation will be into the English.
I call Laurentia Lombard back to the witness stand.
I think we need to swear in the witness again. Afresh.
As the court pleases.
Please give your full names to the court.
Gee die hof die volle namen van
Laurentia Lombard.
Laurentia Lombard, my lord.
Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath?
Het u enige bezwaar teen die afleg van die voorgeskrewe eed?
No, my lord.
No, my lord.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Sweer u die getuienis wat u gepoor of gaan af sal die waarheid wees,
sal
net die waarheid wees, niks anders dan die waarheid.
As die waarheid. Please raise your right hand
Lig je rechterhand op.
and say I do so help me God.
Sê so, ek sal so doen, so help my God.
So you have my God.
Witness is sworn in, my lord.
Thank you. Ms. Lombard, you may be seated.
U kan maar sit.
Let's just test that microphone in front of Ms. Lombard. See that it works. Yes, thank you, Mr. Adams. Thank you. My
Lord, can I just establish something quickly? It's just housekeeping, just a technical point. I can't remember when was the last time that we finished evidence in chief. Was it Friday?
Yesterday morning.
Monday morning.
My note says it was day 11, so day 11 was yesterday.
Yes, thank you. I just didn't want to get that wrong.
I still have some notes of hers.
Thank you, Manu. Ms. Lombard, I just want to establish something quickly. Your name, Laurentia, is it spelled L-E or L-O?
Meneer, uw naam wordt gespeld L-E of L-O?
L-O.
L-O, my lord.
And is Lombard with one A or two A's?
Lombard zal het 1 A wees of 2 A.
2 A's.
Double A, my lord.
We finished with your, you finished with your evidence in chief on Monday, yesterday morning.
U het net die hoofdgetuie gister afgehandel. Gisteroggend.
That's correct, my lord.
Confirms, my lord.
Towards the end of your evidence, let me start here. You laid evidence about a confession that you had made.
U het getuig oor 'n bekentenis wat u so gemaak het.
That's correct, my lord.
Reg so julle.
And that confession was handed up to this honorable court as Exhibit R.
Hierdie bekentenis was toe ingehandig in die hof as bewys dat
That's correct, my lord.
Lord, I don't know if it might be good to give the interpreter a copy of it, if he needs one.
Not sure whether he has a copy in front of him.
There are documents in front of me, my lord, but I can't really make out as to what they are. It's quite, I think, 3 or 4 of them.
Is that the document that says confession to a justice of the peace?
This one doesn't give that, it just says Laurentia Lombard, section 204, affidavit
That's a
of
different,
first.
that's a different one.
I'm just handed over a copy, my lord, now.
What's the purpose of this exercise?
Maybe present one to the witness as well.
Yes, sure.
Ms. Lombard, you look at that document there, and I'm sure it was shown to you on Monday. That's, your copy is now not marked Exhibit R, but that is Exhibit R, and it starts on the top. It's not that, besides that, it says A53A on the right-hand corner. It says Station Santana is written in there. It's CAS 24/0324. You got that document in front of you.
Het document is voor u aan de linkerkant boven zal er staan A, 53A.
That's correct, my lord.
Dus het zal daarin staan met het kerstnummer. Conforms, my lord.
Now you will recall that my learned colleague for the state, referred to Sergeant Johnson that had yourself?
U kan onthou dat die stadsaanklaer verwysing gemaak het in verband met Susan Johnson wat met u toe onderhoud gevoer het.
On the 15th of March 2024.
15 Maart jaar 2024.
Are you now going to deal with this statement, or you jump into another statement?
No, I'm going to deal with confession. I'm just starting before the evidence is laid about the confession.
Okay.
Then my learned colleague for the state said to you that the Sergeant Johnson asked you about the options that you have and what you want to choose, and the evidence that you laid is that you chose to do a confession.
U was toe herinner dat er staat dat Susan Johnson is vir u sekere opties uitgelees, maar u toe besluit het u wil nou bekentenis aflê.
That's correct, my lord.
That's right.
And then you did that confession on the same day, which is the 15th of March 2024.
Hierdie bekentenis het u dieselfde dag toe gedoen, die 15de Maart van die jaar 2024.
That's correct, my lord.
Correct, my lord?
Then my learned colleague for the state put to you or said to you, is it true that everything you said was recorded on video? And you said yes, that's correct.
Die staatsprokureur het vir u gevra of alles wat u sou oorgedra het in hierdie bekentenis wat het was het opgeneem op video-opname, u toe gesê ja.
That's correct, my lord.
And as I have it, you said you were nervous because you have not spoken in front of people before.
U sê u was 'n bietjie nervus geweest want u het nog nooit tevore met in woordigheid van mense gepraat nie.
That's correct, my lord.
Then my learned colleague, you answered my learned colleague's question, did you tell her the truth? And you said, ek het.
U was toe gevra dat die staatsprokureur dat u vir alles waar gesê, u toe gesê ja.
That's correct, my lord.
You added, but I was bang.
En het u bijgevoel dat u bang was.
That's correct, my lord.
Then after the interview, the my learned colleague again asked you, after the interview, did you see the confession and saw the contents? And you answered, that's correct, that's correct.
Die staatsprokureur vat te veel verder na hierdie afneem van hierdie bekentenis. Het u weer die bekentenis gesien en bevestig die inhoud daarvan. En u toch sê ja.
That's correct, my lord.
And the next question to you was, were you happy with the contents? And you said, this correct.
U was toch gevraagd, die volgende antwoord, de vraag was u gelukkig met de inhoud van die bekentenis? U toch gesê ja.
That's correct, my lord.
So you made this confession, confirmed to the peace officer.
U het die verklaring gemaakt en toe bevestig aan die vir de rechter.
That's correct, my lord.
Yes.
That you were familiar with what's written there and you were happy, it is correct and everything that was written down.
U was gelukkig met die inhoud, inhoud bevestig.
That's correct, my lord.
Yes.
Now just, could you read at that stage, did you read the writing part of the peace officer? Did you actually read it or did the peace officer read it back to you?
Die geskrewe gedeelte van hierdie vrederegter, het u dit uitgelees of het hy dit aan u teruggelees? Of sê dit aan u teruggelees?
Die persoon wat dit aan my die verklaring gedoen het, het dit agterna vir my dit gelees.
The person who took the statement from me after that, read it back to me, my lord.
So when this peace officer was writing, you got at some stage in the confession, you got to a point where you were asked a lot of questions. I'm not going to bother you with that. That's another, something for another day. And then at some stage, the peace officer asked you to start telling him, or him, I think it is a him, Captain A.N. Sylvia. Can you remember that name?
I'm not sure that it's a him.
Sorry, my lord. That is on the first page.
I'm not sure that it's a him.
I'm not sure either.
But maybe we can ask the witness whether it was a him or a her.
I will do that. Thank you, Malord.
Because somewhere in the statement, she answers to a question from the interviewer, and she answers, ja, mevrou.
Yeah, okay.
So from that I inferred that the captain's lawyer must be a woman. It could be that it was written wrong, but there's an answer somewhere in this document that I saw yesterday that said, ja, mevrou.
Just for the sake of completeness, I'll just check with her. Ms. Lombard, the peace officer who took your statement, that interviewed you and asked you all the questions and you spoke to, was that a woman or a man?
Die tweede rechter wat vir u vrae gevra het en met u onderhoud gevoer het, was dit 'n manspersoon of 'n dame?
Dit was 'n vrouwens geweest.
It was a lady, my lord.
So you'll see at page 7 of 26, there are 2 references to mevrou, 3 references to mevrou, and at some other place, there's also an answer that says, ja, mevrou. Thank you.
Thank you, my lord. Now, I'm not going to go through the confession that you made. What
Dit
was-
gaan nie deur die bekentenis wat u gemaak het nie.
That's correct, my lord.
I just want your comments, your reaction.
Ek wil net u kommentaar hê oor u reaksie.
That's correct, my lord.
How did this take place? Did the Captain Celia obviously asked you questions which you answered?
Hoe het dit plaasgevind? Moes kaptein Celia vir u vra waar u moes geantwoord het?
That's correct.
Yes.
And you understood all the questions that was asked. If you didn't, you would have made a comment and it would have been probably noted, wouldn't it?
Alle vrae wat u aan u gestel was, kon u verstaan. As dit die geval was, is u gevra dat dit aan u verdedigd moes word.
That's correct, my lord.
That's right.
Mr. Harmsy, can we just clarify this? Because if one looks at the document, it has many parts.
Yes, it's
So part A, and there are no questions on that part, on page 1.
yes, that's just a recording of who is present and who is doing what.
Then, first part on page 2, that's the presentation of the appointment certificate of the captain. So that's not a question.
No.
And then there's the recordal of her personal information.
Yes.
Because I've seen it happen before, that people get confused and the next comeback is, but you told me everything in there were answers to questions. So let's be precise. When you say about questions being asked, does that relate to the first part of the narrative that she gave the captain? Or does it relate to the additional ones that's in a question and answer form? Or does it relate to the completion of the Romeo? Let's be precise about this, and we don't have to repeat evidence, but we can be precise.
I'm just going to, my lord, I'm going to deal with the so-called corrections that were made.
The corrections.
Yeah.
So
The so-called corrections that were made.
yes,
Thank you, my lord. Ms. Lombard, have a look at page 2. One of the page 2,
Kan u kyk op bladsy 2?
information is written down there which indicates your surname, Lombard, and it indicates your name, Florentia, and then I can't make out your second name.
Sekere inligting verskyn op hierdie bladsy 2. Die naam van, die tweede naam kan ek uitmaak, die tweede naam kan ek uitmaak.
And then it indicates your address.
Dit bring ook die adres aan.
That's correct, my lord.
Yes.
My tweede naam is Laurentia Genevieve.
Genevieve.
Genevieve, yeah, that's correct.
Laurentia Genevieve, my lord.
Yeah. So, you have confirmed somewhere in this document that you didn't know this peace officer, Captain Solier, and Captain Solier didn't know you. That's correct, isn't it?
Verder in die verklaring wat voorkom dat waar hier so gesê het, ek het nie kaptein Solier geken nie, selfde geld met kaptein Solier, ek het ook nie vir my geken nie.
That's correct, my lord.
That's right.
So the information there of the personal...
Just a moment, that you did not know the captain.
Yeah, she didn't know. Yeah, I'm putting it to her that she didn't know the captain, and it is stated also that the captain didn't know her.
Yes. Yes, you may proceed.
Thank you. Can I proceed?
Yeah.
Then your name and address is written down there. Can you tell the court, how did that happen? Did the captain ask you what your name is and your address is?
Die naam en die adres verskyn op die bladsy. Kan nie verhof sê hoe dit so gebeur het as die naam gevra, jy het toe geantwoord en die adres was ook aan die gevra dat jy ook aan te gee.
That's correct, my lord. Het my gevra wat is my naam en ek het my naam aan haar gegee.
The lady asked me my name was and I gave her my name.
And then she also asked you for your address.
Het sê ook vir jy gevra oor die adres.
That's correct, my lord.
And you would have told her what your address is and she would have written it down.
Sê die so vir haar, sê wat die adres is en so sê dit neerskryf.
That's correct, my lord.
And then it also seems that you were asked what your identity number was.
Verder kan ek sien waar jy so gevra wat die identity en die diensnommer was.
That's correct, en ek het dit vir haar gegee.
That's correct and I gave it to her.
And if you have a look at page 2, it's in capital letters, date of birth, geboortedatum written there, and then it starts with 9/3. There's a correction that was made, and there's a signature on the left. You see that?
Hierdie waar gestaan, daar het staan geboortedatum en ID-nommer. As daar gaan dit met 93, as daar verwysing gemaak, iets was reggestel, waar geteken is aan die regterkant, kan jy dit sien?
Ek kan nie sien.
Geboortedatum,
Page 2.
dan sê 2, geboortedatum.
Ja, my lord, ek sien hom. Sorry.
Yes, I can see after I've shown the witness that you can see that, my lord.
And on the left-hand side of that typing and handwritten ID number, there is a signature. Is that your signature?
Op die linkerkant waar hierdie verwysing van hierdie ID-nommer.
That's
die aantekening.
That's correct, my lord.
No,
That's correct.
Because there's an amendment that was made there.
If you look next to the word date of geboortedatum,
Dis
there is a signature
as voor
there.
die geboortedatum is daar 'n aantekening op die linkerkant.
That's correct, my lord.
Is that your signature or is that the captain's signature?
As dit die aantekening is die kaptein se.
As die kaptein sê,
It's the captain's signature, my lord.
Okay. So that's the captain's signature.
Mr. Harmsen, may I ask you where you're going with this?
My Lord, I am going where I'm getting to. The next question is about the standard 7 and the grade 7.
No, now get there.
Yeah,
Why do
getting
we
there.
have to split hairs about things that are not relevant?
Well, I submit respectfully.
Because if you can tell me what the relevance is
I'm just saying
about a mistake that's made with an ID number, then I'll allow the question.
Yes, my Lord, the relevance, I submit respectfully, is that there's a signature there, but the other mistakes that have been rectified by the state with the evidence, there's nothing.
We'll get
There's
through
nothing.
because you said we're going to page 1, to page 2 for the mistakes. So let's get there because that was the standard 7 and she says, well, it's actually supposed to be grade 7, don't know.
That's my next question.
Yeah.
No. That part, when you gave your evidence here on Monday, my learned colleague for the state referred you to, that was what was written there, standard 7. And you were asked if that is right or wrong.
Die aanklaer het gevra in verband met die hoogste kwalifikasie wat toe opgekom het met geskryf as standaard 7. Die was toe gevra dat het reg is of verkeerd is.
Ik heb haar gezegd, maar ik moet niet graag zien, is het moet graag 8 of is het graag verder weg.
I said she must be grade 8, not grade 7.
That was not your evidence on Monday.
Sorry, mijn oom, dat is nog mijn fout. Sorry, dat ik verkeerd is, het moet graag zien, is niet graag 8.
It must be grade 7, not grade 8.
I'm not with you. Can you have a look at that document on page 2 at the bottom, the second part from the bottom up? It says highest qualifications and what's written there is standard 7.
Ek verstaan kan nie my volg is kan kyk op bladsy 2. Amper op die einde staan daar hoogste kwalifikasie. As daar geskryf standaard 7.
That's correct, my lord.
Yes, that's correct.
And did you, how come it's there? I put it to you then, it's the written standard 7 because you told the captain that you had standard 7.
De rede waarom standaard 7 opkom is dat u vir die kaptein gesê dit standaard 7.
Ik heb verkeerd gezegd, het moet de graad 7 en de graad 8.
I gave it the wrong grade. I said it was supposed to be grade 7, not grade 8.
But nobody's talking about grade 8 here.
Niemand praat van graad 8 nie.
What's written down is standard 7.
Wat neergeskryf is standaard 7.
So standard 7 is that grade 9.
Standaard 7 sal graad 9 wees.
That's correct, my lord.
I finished school in the 70s. So we didn't have grades then. So what did you tell the captain?
Wat het u die kaptein vertel?
Ik heb voor de kapitein gezegd, dit is graad. Ik kreeg op dit moet gestaan en gemist het.
I said to the captain, grade. I didn't know I was supposed to say standard.
Okay, so thank you, my lord.
But did I hear correctly earlier on that this whole process was videotaped?
The state indicated that on Monday that they have a video of this.
You see,
But
because
it has not been presented.
if one looks at where the content part starts, on page, let me go there. It says there was a captain, a constable George, I think, was there.
There's a mentor as well.
Mentor was the video
Yes,
operator.
yes.
And then when one gets to the contents, at some stage they had to change the battery. It's recorded in this written statement. But if all of this is on video, why don't you just hand in the video?
I'm not
Or
in possession of the
the
video. Well,
I know it was discovered because there was a big debate
yes,
on
sorry,
pre-trial
yeah.
about that.
yes, I'm mistaken.
So the defense has it.
I do have the video, yes.
So don't tell me you don't have it. You have it. Because we've dealt with that at pre-trial. But if the video, if it's going to be contentious, this statement of the witness, why don't you just present the video to me? Instead of us nitpicking about things that might not
Yes.
even be relevant.
Yes, my lord.
Because you and I might know, Mr. Armse, with no reference to our age, that you might also make mistakes about grades and standards.
Yes, my lord.
Because I've indicated I finished high school in the 70s.
Yes, my lord.
So let us get to the meat of what this case is about,
Yes.
and not what the case is not about.
Yes, what your lordship is.
But if there's a video that was taken and the authenticity is not an issue, and clearly if there are trials within trials, we'll deal with it differently. But this is not that situation. Then we can clarify that. Because then you can continue, get back to the confession. You're not going to finish before lunch.
No, I know.
Then I can watch the video over lunchtime.
Yes.
Is it
may
on
I-
a stick?
May I just mention, my lord, all our docket contents that was provided from the state is electronically. I have a video on my laptop.
Yeah,
I
but-
cannot share it or hand it out.
No, but if it's electronically available, then, and if we need to cut or put it on a stick as an exhibit 1 or whatever, we can do that.
Yeah.
But for the purpose of the evidence flowing,
Yeah.
then if the parties are in agreement, we can proceed with the cross-examination. I'll have a look at it over lunchtime.
Yeah.
And then we can get back to the confession.
Yes.
Because it'll save us a lot of time, it'll create clarity, but I will also know where I need to clarify something when questions are being asked. Now they're going to tell me it's on a CD.
I'm in agreement with your lordship. Because I might just then conclude and say all the amendments that was
Yeah.
the main question is how did that come about?
Because then we can
If it can be explained,
If,
your lordship.
if that will assist Mr. Armse, then
Yeah.
we can do it that way.
Yeah.
It is available on a CD. It's also available electronically, and it can be made available on a memory stick, easily
I-
copied in that way too.
I suspect that my laptop does not have a CD drive.
None of us, none of it, my lord.
Let-
Laptop is from the same era as myself, your lordship. It has a CD.
No, I normally carry a portable CD drive with me, but I didn't bring it along. Let me just hear from my registrar. Now we'll make a plan. If you can share if you have it electronically, one of you can in the meantime share it with my registrar, an electronic form. Then what we'll do is we will then upload that, and if there are any other electronic issues going forward, we'll upload the videos on the same platform that we're sharing information with council on the daily recordings and so forth.
Yes, yes, my lord.
And that might assist you. Good.
I just then want to place on record, and obviously from the viewing the video, then it certainly will curtail my cross-examining
Yeah.
her as far as this is, as to why something was written.
No, absolutely.
Yeah.
No, I understand that.
Yeah.
But thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Adams.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My Lord, then it is my intention then at the end of that, I will have to view that as well, that I'm going to ask that the Captain Solier be called to give evidence depending if I decide it is necessary or there's some contention
Well,
issues.
but this is not a trial within a trial.
No,
So if
no.
Captain Solier doesn't get called by the state in the main case,
Yeah.
then and Captain Solier is made available to you, then it's up to you to call the witness.
Yes.
And if neither you or the state call the witness, and I'm of the view that it's necessary, I can call that witness, but it's early days. We're not there yet.
Indeed, my Lord.
But if they don't call the witness and you want to call the witness, feel free. They can make the witness available to you. Unless, of course, it's the same witness that might also feature in the trial within trials. We don't know. I don't know. All right.
Thank you, my Lord. I'll move on then. Ms. Lombard, I'm now going to go to your oral evidence, your evidence in chief that you gave a bit on Thursday, Friday, and a bit on Monday.
Ons gaan nou terug na uw hoofgetuienis van donderdag, vrijdag tot met maandag.
That's correct, my lord.
You gave evidence, and I would say at this stage already it's common cause, that your boyfriend, where you lived, his name is Ayanda.
U het voor u afgesê die kerel wat u met saamgebly het was Ayanda.
That's correct, my lord.
Confirms, my lord?
Do you know how to spell his surname? It's Dionashe. That's how I heard the evidence the other day.
Kan u voor u of help en hoe sy van so uitgespel word?
Kan ik in Afrikaans zien?
Ja.
As A,
Hey,
Nou sy naam weet ek is Ayanda.
Ayanda, sy van.
That will be A-Y-A-N-D-A.
Litoni.
Litoni.
Tony,
That's correct, my lord. As Ayanda Litoni.
Weet jy hoe om het te spel?
do you know how to spell it out?
As Yal-O. As Yal-O-N-D-N-E-O. E-E.
Lontoni, L-O-N-T-O-N-I.
Ons noem het Litoni, maar dan noemen we het een ander soort.
We pronounce it Litoni, but they pronounce it differently, my lord.
As Yal-I.
L-E
T-O-N-I.
T-O-N-I.
Lentoni.
Letoni, Litoni.
Thank you, my Lord.
So now we have it.
Thank you, Ms.
I
Lombard.
don't think I saw it on the witness. I saw his name on the witness list. Yes, you may
Thank you,
proceed.
my Lord. Do you know his age? Are you sure of his age?
Weet u wat sy ouderdom is? Is hy seker van sy ouderdom?
Ik is nog niet zeker van zijn ouderdom.
I'm not sure about his age.
Okay. And you met him, your evidence led you met him here in Saldanha when you moved here.
Volgens sy getuienis het u vir hom ontmoet hier na Saldanha toe u hier getrek het.
That's correct, my lord.
Correct, my lord?
Can you tell the court at this time, and I'll go back as well, but at this point in time, March 2025, is Ayanda still in the area in Saldanha?
Kan u vir hom sê hierdie tyd, Maart jaar 2025, is Ayanda nog in hierdie area van Saldanha?
Nee, my lord.
No.
And do you know when he moved away?
Weet u wanneer hy toe weggetrek het?
Als ik mag vragen, my lord, is het nodig dat ik kan maar sê wat 'n kant hy is.
That's not the question.
Yeah.
The question was, do you know when he moved away?
Weet u wanneer hy toe weg is?
You don't have to be concerned about that. I was waiting for that question to potentially ask because I would then first clear up things.
U hoef
But
daar
now
nie
I
te
know you
worry.
have a concern.
Okay.
Good. The only question is, do you know when he moved away?
Weet u wanneer hy toe weg is?
Soos ek kan onthou, as dit was, ek weet nou nie die presiese wat die dag, die datum nie, maar ek weet dit was in Maart maand gewees, laas jaar.
I'm not sure about the date, my lord, but it was in March last year.
And March last year means March 2020.
For
So, and just for sake of completeness, did you remain in that house that you were staying in with him?
Toe hy toe weg is, het hy gebly in hy huis waar u met hom gebly het?
nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
Can I just maybe get a timeline?
Yeah.
We know that you were in custody on the 15th of March of last year.
Dis 'n gemeene saak dat een aan hegtenis was in Maart van verlede jaar.
That's correct, my lord.
And how I know that is because I look at the date on the confession.
Dit weet die hof, aangesien die hof nog gekyk het op die datum van hierdie bekentenis.
So when were you arrested?
Wanneer was die gearresteer?
Soos ek kan onthou, dit was hy Woensdag gewees, ek weet nie wat die datum nie, maar ek weet dit was hy Woensdag wat kaptein Lombard toe my kom haal het.
I don't remember the date, my lord, but I remember it was a Wednesday when Captain Lombard came to fetch me.
Can you remember how long? We know there was a Wednesday the 6th. The next Wednesday would have been the 13th. That means this confession was taken on the Friday, the 15th.
Het is gemeene saak dat de eerste woensdag zou wees die 6e, die tweede zou die 13e wees voor u, de kennis moet gaan nemen die 15e vrijdag.
That's correct, my lord.
So if you work your way back from the confession, was it that Wednesday just before the Friday, or was it the previous Wednesday?
Als we nog terugwerken, is dat die woensdag voor de vrijdag of het die vorige woensdag?
Dat was nog niet, ik weet nog niet onzeker, ik weet nog onzeker, ik weet nog of die vorige, als de vrijdag zijn woensdag geweest, of het die next week zijn woensdag geweest.
But when you were arrested, was Ayanda still here?
Toen u gearresteerd was, is Ayanda nog hier zo.
Ayanda was in Salana bij geweest.
To Israel
Hij
then?
was niet in Saldanha bij me.
He had left already.
Hij was al toen hij weg al.
That's correct, my lord.
So we at least know he would have left either before the 6th or before the 13th of March.
Thank you, my lord. Thank you.
Yes, I'm with you. I'm with you.
Now, the evidence leads that the police went to your Nayanda's house after or shortly on that day or the next day, I can't recall now, after the missing person, when Joshlin was now reported missing, the police came to your house. You remember that?
Getuienis is voor de hof afgeleid dat die politie is na u en Ayanda se huis kortliks nadat Joshlin toe gerapporteer was dat sy vermis is. Kan u dit onthou?
That's correct, my lord.
And Ayanda was there that day.
En Ayanda was by deze geweest.
That's correct, my lord.
Now, can you recall what was Ayanda's reaction when the police came there? Did he speak to you, Mike? Did he look, sound, or express any annoyance or irritation or anger about the police coming there?
Kan nie vir u opsê wat Ayanda's reaksie was? Het die enige ongenoegheid daaroor gepraat, dat hij ongelukkig was dat de politie naar sy toe gekom het?
Hij was ongelukkig geweest, hoekom ik zo zei, omdat hij het verkeer liet gevraagd, hoekom brengen die politie naar ons huis toe.
He was unhappy, my lord, because the reason for me saying that, he asked Kelly as to why to bring the police to my house.
You can't give any, or can you give any comment or say anything about why you would have been annoyed or cross?
Ik kan niet zeggen waarom hij kwaad of ongelukkig was. Ik kan niet commentaren wat daaroor leven.
Hij was, ik kan zien dat hij was kwaad verkeerd omdat de politie aangekomen bij ons huis.
From what I could see, my lord, he was angry and upset with Kelly because of Kelly bringing the police to the house.
But you can't tell the court. You had no idea why he was annoyed because the police came there.
Hij was die waarom hij ongelukkig of kwaad was toen de politie op zijn aankoming.
Zoals ik zei, dus de politie komt samen met Kelly. Dat is de reden hoekom hij van Kelly gevraagd hoekom brengt Kelly de politie naar ons huis toe.
The reason for me giving that, my lord, is that it's because he asked Kelly as to why we bring the police to my house.
En toen Kelly gevraagd van Ayanda waar is er toen Ayanda gezegd hier is er in binnenkant de huizen.
That's when Kelly asked from Ayanda where Renz was. And then Ayanda said Renz is inside the house.
En ik kom toen uit.
That's when I came out.
En ik zei tegen Kelly, hoe komt ze?
Just a moment.
Okay, sorry.
We're not going to repeat the evidence constantly.
Ons gaan nie die getuienis herhaal elke keer nie.
Ms. Lombard,
Okay, my lord.
just listen to the question
U moet net luister na die vraag, mevrou Lombard.
and only answer the question.
U moet net antwoord wat die vraag is, mevrou.
Dat is correct, my lord.
Please.
Okay.
Thank you, bro.
Thank you, Mr. Harmson.
We heard the evidence about you having said, you gave that evidence having said
No,
that
that
you
same
spoke to the
portion was
police.
given a couple of times already.
Yes, another time, yes. What I want to also know from you, Ms. Lombard, is have you seen or were you aware of interaction between Ayanda and Joshlin? In other words, what I'm trying to ask you, did Ayanda and Joshlin know each other? Were they familiar with each other?
Wat ek van u wil verneem is dat het Joshlin en Ayanda mekaar geken, was er enige interaksie tussen Joshlin en Ayanda?
Nee, my lord. Ayanda het geweet dat is Kelly se kind.
Ayanda knew it was Kelly's daughter, child.
I understand that, but in your evidence from time to time it emerged that you said that Joshlin went with you to your house. That's where Ayanda lives.
Maar u het gesê, so nou en dan het u gesê, Joshlin was met u na u huis toe, as waar Ayanda mos woonachtig is.
Dat is correct en dat is hoe Ayanda van Joshlin leer kennen.
Yes, that's correct. That's how Ayanda learned to know Joshlin, my lord.
So Joshlin and Ayanda got to know each other from seeing there and visiting.
En van gesiente waar ze ook gekuier het.
Dat is correct, my lord.
That's correct.
is, I don't even know, have to ask you this question, I'm just going to confirm it. The Ayanda car wash, that when he left, obviously the car wash was gone as well. Nobody else took it over.
Toe hy weg is, toe Ayanda weg is, was dit die einde van die car wash, of wie dit oorgeneem.
Soos ek al staan, dat Ayanda net so die kawas net so los en ek kan nie sê of waar iemand na die kawas kyk nie.
From what I understood, my lord, Ayanda left the car wash as is. I don't remember or know of anyone taking over the car wash.
In your evidence also, you referred to initially that Ayanda was selling drugs from his house where you were living. Is that correct? Do you remember that?
Gedurende die getuienis het hy gesê Ayanda dwelms van sy self verkoop. Kan jy dit onthou?
That's correct, my lord.
That's right.
And as I understood your evidence, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, but as I understood your evidence, that was the situation when you first started living with Ayanda, when you moved in with Ayanda in the beginning.
Dit was die geleentheid toe u met hom gaan bly het, waar u tog mee gaan bly het van eerste instansie.
That's correct, my lord.
And then your evidence further on said that he stopped selling drugs from his house. Is that correct?
U het verder gesê hy het ophou om dwelms van sy huis te verkoop.
That's correct, my lord.
Can you tell the court more or less when did he stop? Can you tell the court? Did you know or do you know?
Kan u verhoor sê min of meer wanneer hy ophou het? Weet u of weet hy nie?
Ik kan niet specifiek zeggen wat de datum van daar wat we gaan stoppen, maar ik weet dat ik gestopt. En ik heb hem gezegd, hij moet los die verkopen van die drugs.
I don't recall as to what date or what day he specifically stopped to selling the drugs, but I know that he stopped because I said to him, must stop selling drugs.
Do you recall the year?
Kan u die jaar kan onthou?
Hij was 2022 geweest, mijn lord.
2022, 2023, my lord.
Thank you.
Thank you, my lord. So you're saying to us that you told Ayanda to stop selling the drugs from home.
He said, if I understand what Obum Williams van Isaf to football.
That's correct, my lord.
That's right.
What I find strange, and I'm not saying you're lying, I'm not saying that you're not truthful, I'm just want you to explain, is your evidence led that when you came here to Saldanha and when you got involved with Ayanda, or it is because or during the time or before when you came to Saldanha, you started using drugs.
But ek snaaks want dit sê nie u praat in die waarheid of u lieg nie, maar wat vreemd is dat u in Saldanha aankom vir sy getuienis het u begin dwelms gebruik.
That's correct, my lord.
So all I want you to maybe just shed some light on is you had become a drug user.
U het 'n dwelmgebruiker geword.
Why did you ask him to stop selling drugs from his house?
Hoekom het u van gevra om op te hou om dwelms van sy huis te verkoop?
Want Ayanda is een dranker en soos die geld soos ons ook op die drugs, het Ayanda meeste van die geld uitgedrink, gevat en uitgedrink.
Ayanda was a person who was drinking, and as we will be selling drugs, he will take the money and bring that money out.
Dat is ook ik voor mezelf moet maar los die drugs verkopen.
That's when I suggested to him, you rather stop selling the drugs.
But that, forgive me, but that doesn't make sense to me. If he sells drugs and he gets money and he uses it to buy liquor, if he gets money from a car wash, wouldn't he then also buy with that money liquor?
Dit maak nie sin vir my nie, want hy sou geld kry van die dwelm smokkelary, dan gaan hy dit gebruik om drank te koop. Die car wash het nie ook drank gekoop met die geld wat daar gemaak het nie.
Hij heeft van Kouwers real in de drank gekocht, maar dat is de pint of Kouwers elke dag werkt. Dat is de pint of Kouwers elke dag iets inbrengt.
He was using the money at Kawash to buy liquor, but it depends, as the witness says. If Kawash would make money every day, will they money from Kawash every day?
but if he doesn't get money from the car wash every day, and he doesn't get money from selling drugs, you've got no money.
Als hij bijvoorbeeld niet geld gemaakt had bij de kawas elke dag niet, en ophoudt uit drugsverkoop, uit filmsverkoop, dan heeft hij niet geld niet.
Soos ek verstaan, soos ek het saam met hom gebly.
I was residing, staying with him.
Kawas as hy elke dag besig is.
Kawash is not busy every day.
So if the car wash is not busy, and he wasn't selling drugs anymore, where did he get money from?
Als die kawas niet elke dag bezig was niet, heeft opgehouden films te verkopen, waar zou hij het geld van aan krijgen?
Dan heeft hij zijn scripts bij elkaar gemaakt en zijn scripts ingegeven en dan heeft hij geld gekregen.
Kan hij weer herhalen, ik zei wat?
Zijn scripts, het is scrapyard ook.
He had a scrapyard, my lord. He would collect scraps together and sell that.
So he would collect scrap metal and then go and sell it, and that's where he got money from.
Hij zal die scrap in elkaar maken, dan gaan hij het verkopen, dus vandaar hij de geld zou krijgen.
Dat is correct, my lord.
Confirms?
Your evidence also led that accused one used to go and help Ayanda at the car wash.
Was het die getuigenis wat toen je gezegd had dat beschuldigd nummer 1 zo Ayanda gehelpen bij die kawas?
Dat is correct, my lord.
And you said it was only 1 or 2 days.
Je hebt gezegd was tussen 1 of 2 dagen.
Dat is correct, my lord.
I assume that was in a week or in a month. Oh, you said only 1 or 2. to
Zal
help.
dan aannemen dat zal gedurende de week wees, waar je gezegd het is een dag of 2.
Dat is correct, my lord, in die week.
During the week, my lord.
So is that 1 or 2 days per week?
Als
that-
1 dag, 2 dagen in een week, my lord.
It's 1 or 2 days in a week, my lord.
Do you have any idea how much he paid accused one, Mr. Apollos?
Heb je enige idee hoeveel zou heeft van meneer Paulus betaald? Beschuldigd nummer 1.
Ik kan niet precies zeggen hoeveel hij verdient bij 1 of 2 dagen, nie, want dat depend hoeveel karren hij per dag werkt. Of er 2 samenwerken of er 1 samenwerken.
I won't be able to give you an exact amount he would get. It depends from how many cars he would be working on the day.
En als er
Probably 1 or 2 cars.
En als er 2 man werkt, dan wordt er geld gedeeld tussen die 2 personen.
When the 2 men working, the money would be shared up between these 2 people.
Am I understand you correctly now that if the 1 or 2 days that Mr. Apollo would go there and help, would Ayanda share the money with Mr. Apollo?
Verstaan ik hem mooi, waar hij zou zeggen, als meneer Paulus bijvoorbeeld, bij anders zou gaan helpen de kawas, dan zou hij het geld deel.
Ayanda zal voor hem tegen zich geld voor hem geven.
Ayanda would give him his money.
Now, your evidence also led that your drug use, you use drugs. So I want to just ask you,
Uw getuigenis was ook geweest dat u dwelms gebruikt.
Dat is correct, my lord.
is it possible for you to say how many times a day, and if it was every day, how many times, how regularly you used drugs? And when I say drugs, you smoke mandrax, you said, and you said you did tik.
Is het moeilijk om voor u af te zeggen hoeveel keer u zou hierdie dwelms gebruikt per dag? Als u kan zeggen, want iets wordt opgezegd, u gebruikt mandrix en tik.
Dat is correct, my lord. Soos ik drugs rook,
As I was smoking drugs,
rook ik 2, 3 keer een dag drugs.
2-3 times a day I'll be smoking drugs.
And your evidence was then that how you met Mr. Apollos and Ms. Smith, Kelly Smith.
Secretaris was toe gewees, toe van meneer Apollos en Kelly Smith toe ontmoet.
That's correct, my lord.
Confirms, my lord?
Now, in your evidence, when you were asked by the state how regularly, or no, my learned colleague for the state asked you the drugs used, did this happen regularly, and you said yes. Now you said to me, you said to the court that you used it about 2 to 3 times a day.
Een vraag was aan u gevraagd door de staatsprocureur of u gereeld dwelms gebruikt. En mijn vraag heeft u nog gezegd, u gebruikt jullie dwelms 2 keer tot 3 keer per dag.
Ik rook drugs. Ik rook 2 keer, 3 keer drugs. Als Ayanda voor mij geld geeft.
I'll smoke 2 to 3 times when Ayanda gives me money. If Ayanda gives me money,
dan rook ik en hij denkt als Ayanda voor mij geld en ik vraag voor hem.
I would smoke in that period when Ayanda gives me money and I ask him.
En daarna rook ik 2, 3 dagen maar gereeld. Dan rook ik ook drugs.
Then I would be smoking 2 to 3 times a day, but now and then it will be within a week smoking drugs.
But what I'm getting to is, when you were asked how regularly by the state, then your answer or your evidence said that they also came to my house, and you were referring to Kelly and Ms. Smith and Mr. Apollo. Your evidence, if I understood you correctly, you said they also came to your house to smoke drugs.
En u was 'n vrou gereeld. U het toe gesê dat meneer Apollos, skuldig nommer 1, en juffrou Smith, skuldig nommer 3, na u huis toe gekom het.
Kan u roep my weer?
Can you repeat that again?
She asked you to repeat the question. I'm just checking.
My lord, if I may,
I'm checking the evidence. Yeah.
the notes that I made was that how regularly would you go there to smoke there? In other words, at Kelly and Butta's house? The answer was, and would they also come to you? The answer was, Ayanda was very strict. We were not allowed to smoke at my house. But if I have my own tik, then I will smoke at my house. He knows that I smoke.
Yes, Mr. Harmse, my note says the following. She said, we never smoked at my house. Ayanda was very strict. If I had my own tik and lolly, I would smoke inside the house.
My lord, my note says they also came to my house and Ayanda was very strict.
No. In fact, I made a specific note of it. That reads, we never smoked at my house.
I'll have to check the record then, my lord, because I wrote down here they also came to my house.
If you doubt what my notes, how I recorded my notes, feel free.
Yes.
You get the daily recordings to check.
Yes.
And if I'm wrong, you can show me on the record. But that's my note. And coincidentally, the prosecutor has a similar note. So both of us would have heard wrong. But we're only human, and I'm the first one to admit that I can make mistakes in how I note things down. But you would have seen that I immediately went back to my notes when you said it, because that's also how I recalled it independently from my notes.
Yeah.
That
Thank you, my lord. Yes.
together they would not smoke at her house. She would smoke at the house, and mostly at the times when Ayanda would actually give her, because he knew she smoked there. So she would go to their place as well.
Her evidence was if she had her own lolly.
If she had her own lolly. She had her own lolly and her own dick.
Then she would go and smoke at Mr. Pollis and Smith's house.
Do you want me to go back there now? Right? It was paragraph 13.
Sorry, my lord, yes, I'm mistaken. I see my note says if I had my own lolly, I would smoke there at the house, and I assumed that was a Yanda's house.
I read it to you earlier. It was paragraph 13 of the evidence, where she said, if I had my own tick and lolly, I would smoke inside my house.
Yes, yeah, I've got something similar to that. Thank you, my lord.
But if you've got some homework, you can go and listen to the recordings. And then you can tell me in the morning.
Sorry, my lord, your lordship saying?
You can do your homework tonight and go listen to the recordings. And you can tell me if my notes are wrong. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, my lord.
Mr. Adams, it's 1:45.
Yes, my lord. Maybe it's an opportune time to break. I'm going to start with...
No, I can see that you've thrown a bit now, right? Because you were planning in a particular way. Why don't we take the lunch and adjournment now at 1:45? We start at 1:45. Also give us a longer session in the afternoon to 3 o'clock.
Yes.
And then I will attempt to also watch the video. I'm not going to go to the contents of the confession for now. I'm going to try and fast forward to the places where I can see on my exhibit I need to look at. But the whole introduction I'll have a look at. Otherwise, it might take longer than an hour.
Well, my lord, I would do that tonight.
No, I'm talking about the confession.
Yes, I'm talking about the confessions.
Because they started at, it seems to me they started at 16:15 and the battery ran out at 17:40. So that would have given you, the first part would have been an hour and 25 minutes. And thereafter, it ran again from 1800 hours. Yeah, so it's at least 2 to 2.5 hours. Thank you. We'll resume at 1:45.
Thank you, my lord.
13:45. Court adjourned.
Swan. Mas que basta, você vai na batina.